The seminar is ready to begin.
The room is settled now. The parole officers sit silently in the back row. The men sit at their individual desks, quiet, focused, following protocol. Rocky's wife sits beside him, steady and supportive. Rich and LT sit together in the center. Cletus and Reese sit side by side. Peggy and Earl sit behind Rich and LT, observing with compassion. Amethyst diffuser fills the room with cedarwood, sandalwood, and bergamot. Tarquin and Dr. Wells stand ready at the front. Dr. Blake steps forward. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't command the room. He simply exists in it, calm, grounded, present. Good morning, everyone, he begins. My name is Dr. Blake, this is my partner. Tarquin, this is Dr. Adrian Wells, who specializes in male sexual trauma and post-incarceration recovery. And this is Amethyst, who supports our grounding and wellness practices. He pauses, letting the room breathe. Today's seminar is focused on male survivors of incarceration, sexual assault. We're going to move through this in several phases. He holds the room with gentle authority. Phase 1, sharing stories. The first phase is story sharing now. Let me be very clear. You are not required to share. But many men find that speaking their truth helps them realize they are not alone. It also helps us. The facilitators, the advocates, the professionals understand what is happening inside these facilities. He glances around the room, making eye contact without pressure. When we hear your stories, we learn where safety failed, and when we know where safety failed, we can fight to improve it. A few men shift in their seats. Some nod. Some stare straight ahead. Blake continues. If you choose to share, you may use your real name or any name you prefer. This is your space, your voice, your pace. He takes a breath, addressing the parole officers. And for those who may be wondering, yes, we do have a row of parole officers in the back. They are here because it is protocol. Some of you are still under supervision. Some of you are not. Their presence is not a reflection of your character. He gestures calmly toward the back. You may see them rotate in and out. That is normal. They are simply doing their job. We will carry on as if they are not here. The room relaxes a little. The invitation. With that said, he steps back slightly, opening the space. Who would like to begin? Silence. Not uncomfortable silence. The kind of silence that means something is about to happen.
Rocky raises his hand. Dr. Blake nods toward Rocky. Go ahead, he says. Rocky stands, tall, solid, masculine. A man who carries his history on his shoulders. Hello, everyone. He begins. My name is Rocky. Some of you know me from the earlier seminars. Earl nods once. Rocky continues. Those of you who were in the previous seminar know my story about how I ended up in prison. And you also know what happened to me while I was there. A shift moves through the room. Rocky's wife looks confused. She wasn't expecting this. She thought this was a re-entry seminar. She thought she knew everything. Rocky keeps going. My wife is here with me today. I told her this was a re-entry seminar. That's what she thought she was coming to support. Dr. Blake's eyebrow lifts. Tarquan is already right and Amethyst listens with full presence. Dr. Wells has already put the pieces together. Rich knows exactly what's happening. Marissa has no idea yet. Rocky breathes in. I've been silently suffering from something I never told her, not her. Not my therapist, nobody. His wife's face tightens with worry. She's trying to understand. She's thinking to herself, what's he talking about? Rocky continues. The reason I didn't tell her is because this is something a man doesn't tell another man, and he definitely doesn't tell his wife. Several men nod. They know exactly what he means. But when I spoke up in the erectile dysfunction seminar, I felt relieved, real relief. And seeing those other men stand up and speak in that seminar, and today, in this room, seeing men just as big as me, men who look strong, it made me realize this can happen to anyone. It has nothing to do with being weak, or scared, or broken. It has everything to do with circumstances. So here's my story. He steadies himself. When I was in prison, I didn't know the rules, I didn't know politics, I didn't know who was who. And one day, a group of inmates surrounded me in a corner. There was no one around, no one to call for, and I was sexually assaulted by them. Immediately, Rocky's wife gasps and covers her mouth in shock, with tears in her eyes. Rocky continues. There I was, surrounded by them. I looked around, and I knew exactly what they were planning, what they wanted from me at least. I assumed I knew. I honestly thought this was a fight over dominance. That's something I could have handled. I never go down without a fight. I lost a couple, but I won most, so I was prepared. I started fighting right away. I used everything I'd learned in martial arts. Uppercuts, quick jabs to the face, elbows to the head, knees to the groin, whatever I could land, I threw punches. Blocked what I could, kicked low when they got close. It wasn't pretty, and it wasn't going to win the fight forever. They had numbers on their side. But it bought me those few seconds, just enough time to make some noise, to push back, to show I wasn't an easy target. I got hit hard, and yeah, they overpowered me in the end. But at that moment I fought, I stood up for myself the only way I knew how. And that's something no one can take away. Some of the men nod, knowing that feeling of powerlessness.
Rocky continued. But when you're outnumbered, and have a gang of men holding your arms and legs. He looks down in painful memory. His wife is still frozen in shock. But with compassion, Peggy heard his story in the erectile dysfunction seminar. But hearing it again is just as painful to hear. Because Peggy has a son around Rocky's age. Marissa swipes her tears. Rocky continues. Then I realized something. This wasn't a hand-to-hand fight over dominance they wanted. They used the most humiliating, sick way to gain dominance, power, and control. Losing a fight I could have handled. But this, he shakes his head and pauses. Then he points to the cut on his face. This cut on my face wasn't from a fight I lost. It was from a fight I refused to back down from. It happened on the job. I stepped in, protected the women, and handled business until the police arrived. The men gave Rocky a respectful nod. Earl deeply respected him that much more. Rocky continues. But this sexual assault, this was something I did not expect. It caught me off guard. This was my first time being arrested. I had no clue about blind spots. Yes, I screamed. Yes, I shouted for help. But the location was a blind spot, and they knew it and planned this entire ordeal. I remember something being stuffed in my mouth. I recall going numb. It was like I left my body and was helplessly watching the whole assault. And just like that, it was over. They walked away pulling up their pants, and I lay there in tears, pain, confusion. As I got up to gather myself together, I realized something. A few inmates from a distance saw this happen. They walked along casually. I thought to myself, why didn't someone go for help? Why? Rocky put a hand over his eyes to stop the tears. His wife cannot control her breathing at this point. Rocky continues. I've had flashbacks to this day. I have had erectile dysfunction to this day. Not only does erectile dysfunction make me feel like less than a man, but so do these flashbacks. And I have it every single day. Drinking didn't stop them. Drugs didn't stop them. There was only one guaranteed way. And though I had those thoughts, my wife's love is what kept me from going that route. Every time someone wants to hug me, I flinch, especially a man. See, it's not just women that suffer from sexual assault. There are double standards. As I mentioned before, we don't have the trauma-informed programs like women do. Men don't have all of the support that women. Men don't get encouraged to speak our truth like women do. Men don't have these micro-sexual assault protection umbrellas like women do. No. We suffer in silence, and it makes me feel like less than a man. His wife had no idea. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Peggy and Marissa hands covered their mouths in shock. They had empathy for Rocky. Tears streamed down their cheeks. Also, Earl rubbed Peggy's back to comfort her. LT also placed his hand on Marissa's knee to comfort her. Rocky keeps going because he has to. After that, I was alone, and I felt like my manhood was taken from me. People told me I should have fought back harder. They made me seem weak for losing that battle. They would say things such as, "Man, how some big muscle dude like you gonna let another man violate you?" See, here's what I would have done. I would have punched those dudes lights out. I would have done this and that. That never would have happened to me. They told me to man up. Only women get emotional. Only women cry. Only women hurt. He shakes his head. That kind of talk, it numbs people to how serious this is. More nods from the men. My wife doesn't know any of this. This is her first time hearing it. And I can't guarantee she'll stay with me after this. Because when something like this happens and you tell your wife, it makes you feel like less of a man. And I don't know if she'll start making jokes or... His wife stands up so fast her chair scrapes. Absolutely not. Rocky looks at her. She steps toward him, voice shaking. "Oh my God, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me?" She burst into tears. She wraps her arms around him. "Baby, I would never make fun of you. I would never leave you. You are my husband. I'm with you through thick and thin. This is my first time hearing this. But now everything makes sense. Everything." She holds him tighter. Rocky nods, eyes low. "Thank you," he says quietly. "Thank you all for listening." He sits. His wife stays close, holding on to him like she's anchoring him to the earth.
The room is quiet. Rocky has finished speaking. His wife is holding his hand. The men are listening with a level of respect that only comes when someone tells the truth that most people never say out loud. Dr. Wells steps forward, posture steady, voice calm, presence grounding. "Thank you, Rocky," he says gently. You showed a level of courage today that most people never witness. He turns to the group. I want to take a moment to explain something important, not just for Rocky, but for every man in this room and for anyone listening who has ever misunderstood how these dynamics work. He pauses, letting the room settle. What happened to Rocky had nothing to do with attraction. It had nothing to do with desire, and it had nothing to do with sexuality. He speaks slowly, clearly. This was about power, control, and territorial dominance inside a closed institution. Wells writes on the board: institutional power-based violence, coercive dominance behavior, hierarchical enforcement, opportunistic group dynamics. He turns back to the room. These are the terms we use in the field, and they describe exactly what Rocky survived. He continues, in environments where people have limited autonomy, limited privacy, and limited control, some individuals attempt to establish dominance through coercive, non-sexualized aggression that is misinterpreted by the public as sexual in nature. But clinically, we classify this as power-based territorial violence, not sexual attraction. Let me bring this down to earth for a moment. In the animal kingdom, wolves, primates, even dogs, you see behaviors that are not about intimacy at all. They're about hierarchy, territory, and control. He adds immediately, I'm not comparing people to animals, I'm explaining the behavioral pattern. He continues, when a group wants to establish dominance, they use whatever method creates the strongest psychological impact. It's not about attraction, it's about hierarchy enforcement. There is a dangerous stereotype that says if a man is big, strong, or muscular, this can't happen to him. That stereotype is not only wrong, it's harmful. Size does not protect you from coercive dominance behavior. In fact, sometimes it makes you a target. He explains, in institutional settings, individuals serving life sentences sometimes form groups that operate on a dominance-based hierarchy. They target people not because of attraction, but because of symbolic value. If I can dominate the strong one, I control the room. He pauses. That's what Rocky survived. Wells continues. And yes, there are institutional blind spots. People witness things and stay silent. Staff are overwhelmed, systems fail, and the burden falls on the person who was harmed. He looks at Rocky with respect. None of that was your fault. I want every man here to hear this clearly. What happened to Rocky does not define him. It does not diminish him. It does not make him weak. It makes him a survivor of a system that failed to protect him. And the fact that he is here today, married, healing, growing, rebuilding, is proof that trauma does not get the final say. The wrong is silent. The good kind of silent. The kind where truth settles into the bones.
Amethyst rises slowly, giving Rocky and his wife a moment to breathe. She approaches with calm maternal energy, not intruding, not crowding, just offering presence. Her voice is soft but steady. May I speak to you for a moment? She asks the wife gently. Rocky's wife nods, still holding on to him, tears streaming. Everything you just said to your husband, she begins, was exactly what his nervous system needed to hear. You gave him safety. You gave him dignity. You gave him connection. The wife cries harder, overwhelmed. Amethyst continues, her tone warm and clinically precise. I want you to understand something very important. When a man carries trauma in silence for years, it is not because he doesn't trust his wife. It is because he has been taught by society, by culture, by other men, that his pain is unacceptable. Men are told that vulnerability is weakness, that fear is weakness, that emotional pain is weakness, and when something traumatic happens, they believe they must bury it to remain the man of the house. She looks at Rocky's wife with deep compassion. But you showed him today that love is stronger than silence. You showed him that partnership is not based on perfection. It's based on truth. The wife nods, trembling. Amethyst continues, grounding her further. Your reaction, your immediate reassurance, your refusal to let him believe he is less of a man, that is powerful, that is healing many men, never receive that kind of response from the person they love most. And I want you to know something else. His flinching, his withdrawal, his emotional distance, none of that was about you. Those were trauma responses. They were symptoms, not choices. The wife covers her mouth, crying again. You did nothing wrong. You were not the cause of his silence. And you are not responsible for fixing what happened. But you are part of his healing now, simply by standing with him. And I want you to hear this clearly. Your husband is still the man you married. He is still the father of your children. He is still the protector of your home. Trauma does not erase manhood. The wife nods, tears falling freely. Amethyst finishes with a grounding cue. Take a breath with me. They inhale together, exhale together. You are both safe in this room, Amethyst says, and you are not alone in this journey. She steps back slowly, giving them space, and then turns toward the facilitators.
Dr. Blake steps forward.
Rocky, he begins. What you described is one of the most complex trauma patterns we see in men who have survived confinement-based violence. His tone is steady, clinical, and deeply human. You were outnumbered, you were cornered, you were isolated in that moment. Your nervous system did exactly what it was designed to do. It chose the survival response with the highest probability of keeping you alive. He continues. When a man is confronted by a group, the brain doesn't evaluate strength or size, it evaluates odds. And when the odds are impossible, the brain shuts down fight and flight and activates freeze and comply. That is not weakness. That is biology. He gestures gently toward Rocky. You mentioned erectile dysfunction and flashbacks. Those are not signs of brokenness. They are signs of a nervous system that has been stuck in survival mode for years. Flashbacks are the brain's attempt to process something it never had the chance to process safely. Erectile dysfunction is the body's way of protecting itself from anything that resembles vulnerability. He continues, deeper. You also describe something we call anticipatory shame. The belief that if you tell your wife, she will see you differently. That fear is not irrational, it is conditioned by a society that tells men they must be invulnerable. He looks around the room. And you're right, men do not have the same trauma-informed programs women do. Men are told to man up, to shake it off, to forget it happened. That cultural silence is why so many men suffer alone. He finishes. Rocky, nothing about what you describe makes you less of a man. Your survival makes you a man. Your honesty makes you a man. Your willingness to speak today makes you a leader. Dr. Wells steps forward, posture straight, tone precise. Rocky, I want to speak to the legal dimension of what you describe, because the law has a very clear stance on situations where a person is outnumbered, cornered, and harmed. He continues. When multiple individuals act together, the law classifies that as aggravated coercion. The presence of a group is considered a form of force. You do not need a weapon. You do not need a verbal threat. The group itself is the threat. He lifts a hand slightly. Let me break down the legal failures here. 1. Aggravated coercion. Being surrounded by multiple individuals elevates the severity of the crime. The law recognizes that you had no meaningful ability to resist. 2. Institutional failure to protect. You were cornered in an area with no supervision. That is a breach of the facility's duty of care. The institution is responsible for preventing blind spots. 3. Civil rights violation. When a person is harmed because the environment lacked proper oversight, that can fall under federal civil rights protections. The law recognizes that incarcerated individuals are uniquely vulnerable. 4. Psychological injury as legal injury. Flashbacks, hypervigilance, flinching, and long-term sexual dysfunction are recognized forms of psychological harm. These are not side effects. These are injuries. He looks directly at Rocky, and I want to be very clear. Your size does not change the legal reality. Your strength does not change the legal reality. Your masculinity does not change the legal reality. He concludes, the law sees what happened to you as a crime, compounded by the fact that you were outnumbered. The responsibility lies with the perpetrators and the institution, not with you.
Tarquin steps forward, calm and analytical. Rocky, your experience highlights multiple systemic failures that are unfortunately common in correctional environments. He continues, when a group is able to corner someone, that tells me the facility had predictable blind spots. Blind spots don't happen by accident. They happen because of poor design, poor staffing, or poor oversight. A group cannot isolate someone unless staff coverage is inconsistent. That means the facility had gaps in patrol routes, camera coverage, or staff presence. Failure to monitor group dynamics. When multiple individuals act together, that indicates a known alliance or hierarchy. Staff are trained to track these dynamics. If they didn't intervene, they weren't monitoring properly. You carry this alone for years. That tells me the reporting system was not safe. Men do not stay silent when they trust the system. They stay silent when the system has shown them it cannot protect them. You describe drinking, drugs, and suicidal thoughts. That means the institution did not provide trauma-informed care, mental health support, or reintegration counseling. That is a systemic gap. He finishes, Rocky, what happened to you is not a reflection of your strength. It is a reflection of an environment that was not designed to keep you safe. And your willingness to speak today helps us identify exactly where those systemic failures occurred.
Dr. Blake lifts his hand gently. Everyone, he says, voice calm but firm. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess, use the washroom, get some water, step outside for air. We all need a moment to come back into our bodies. He adds, "This was heavy, let's honor that by grounding ourselves before we continue." The room exhales, people stand, some stretch, some walk out quietly. Some sit still, processing. The facilitators huddle together, not in panic, but in clinical focus. They're typing, writing, comparing notes. Rocky's story revealed patterns they've been tracking for months. Peggy is beside herself, shoulders shaking, face buried in her hands. Earl leans in, whispering gently, "Sweetheart, why don't you go on home? Take the truck, I'll get a ride from one of the guys. Blake can take me." Peggy shakes her head hard. No, I'll be okay. It's just, he reminds me of our oldest. Oh, sweetheart, he reminds me of our oldest. Earl's face softens. He rubs her back. "You sure you don't want to go home?" Peggy wipes her face. "No, I'll be fine." Rocky's story just, it hit me. It was a tough one. Earl nods. I know. She stands. "I'm gonna step out for a moment, get some fresh air." She leaves. Rich glances over at Earl. "How you liking the truck?" Earl's whole face lights up. "Oh man, let me tell you, that truck does everything. It was talking to me, telling me I'd reach my destination." I said, "How in the world?" "And you know that thing will let you drive and talk on the phone at the same time. I never heard of anything like that." Rich laughs, explaining the features. Earl listens like a kid hearing about magic. It grounds him. It grounds Rich, grounds the room. Peggy returns feeling refreshed and grounded. She sees Marissa smiling and talking to LT. Peggy smiles and leans in. "You two all right?" Marissa smiles, holding LT's hand. "Yeah, we're gonna be okay." Peggy nods approvingly. "Good, now let me ask you something. Did you tell your family you two had a breakup or a rough patch?" Marissa shakes her head quickly. "Oh no, I learned my lesson from last time." Peggy beams. "That's my girl, you work it out together. That's how it's supposed to be. And listen, if you ever need an older woman to talk to who's neutral and fair, I'm right here." Marissa smiles warmly. "Thank you, I appreciate that. I might take you up on it." Peggy points her thumb towards Earl and says, "I got plenty of experience." Marissa laughs. Earl overhears. "I heard that," he says, grinning, and goes back to talking trucks with Rich. The room slowly resets. People breathe again.
Dr. Blake steps forward and speaks. Who would like to go next? The room is silent at first as everyone looks around.
Paul rises slowly from his desk. He's quiet, thoughtful, a father of two. The kind of man who carries his pain in his shoulders, not his voice. He clears his throat. "My name is Paul." He pauses, because saying his own name in this context takes courage. "I was locked up when I was 34, first time ever being in trouble. I didn't know the rules, didn't know the politics, didn't know who was who." He looks down at his hands. "About a weekend, I got into a situation in the chow hall, nothing big, just bumped into the wrong guy. He shoved me, I froze, I didn't know how to respond. He swallows. That's when another inmate stepped in, big guy, older. Everybody respected him. He told the other dude to back off, and he did." Paul nods slowly, remembering. "I was grateful. I told him thank you." He said, "Don't worry about it. I look out for people." A few men in the room nod. They know this pattern. At first it was small stuff. He'd save me a seat, walk with me to the yard, tell people I was with him. I thought he was just being, I don't know, decent. Paul's voice tightens. But in prison, nothing is free, and I didn't understand that. He takes a breath. After a while, he started saying things like, "You owe me," or "I kept you safe. Now you keep me happy." The room stays silent, respectful, understanding. I didn't want or I didn't agree to anything. I didn't choose any of that. But when someone controls your safety, your food, your reputation, you don't have choices anymore. He wipes his palms on his jeans. I wasn't weak, I wasn't soft, I was scared, and I was trying to stay alive so I could get home to my kids. His voice cracks, just once. He made it seem like I agreed, like I wanted it. But I didn't. I never did. He looks up for the first time, eyes wet but steady. "I'm here because I want my kids to know their father didn't just give up. I want to reclaim my right to safety, my right to say no, my right to not be owned." He nods once, firmly. That's my story. Paul sits down.
Paul sits down. Peggy wipes her eyes, Earl holds her close. The room is quiet. Dr. Blake steps forward. Dr. Blake, psychological perspective. Paul, thank you. Dr. Blake begins. What you described is a classic example of coercive trauma bonding. It happens when someone creates a false sense of safety and then uses that safety as leverage. He looks around the room. Psychologically, this is called coercive control. It's a pattern where a person slowly takes over your environment, your choices, your safety, and eventually your autonomy. He gestures toward Paul. You didn't agree, you adapted. That's what trauma does. It forces the body to choose survival over resistance. He steps back. And now I'm going to let Dr. Wells speak to the legal side of this, because he specializes in the trauma and the law behind these patterns. Dr. Wells, legal perspective, your updated version. Dr. Wells steps forward, posture calm, voice precise. Thank you, Dr. Blake. He looks directly at Paul. On the yard, people might call this protection debt. Paying for protection, being under somebody's wing, or being claimed. It starts with "I'll look out for you," and turns into "You owe me." He pauses. Legally speaking, everything you described is a crime, not a misunderstanding, not prison culture, not a favor. A crime. He continues, in the legal system, what happened to you falls under sexual assault by coercion, sexual extortion, abuse of power for sexual access, non-consensual sexual contact under threat. All of these are recognized under state and federal law. He keeps his tone accessible. The law does not require physical force. The law recognizes threats, intimidation, manipulation, control over safety, control over resources, implied danger as forms of coercion. He turns slightly toward the families. For families listening, if your loved one says, "I didn't fight," or "I went along with it," that does not mean they consented. The law recognizes that when someone's safety is at risk, their choice is not a real choice. He looks back at Paul. What happened to you is legally classified as non-consensual sexual contact obtained through coercion and extortion. That is a felony offense. He steps back. And now I'm going to let Tarquin speak to the systems level failures that allowed this to happen. Tarquin, Medical Integration Officer, Systems and Institutional Perspective. Tarquin steps forward, voice calm and analytical. From an integration standpoint, he begins, Paul's experience is not just an interpersonal violation. It is a systems failure. He continues. In environments where safety is inconsistent, individuals begin to rely on informal protection networks. These networks create power imbalances that can be exploited. When a facility does not provide reliable safety, people create their own structures, and those structures often turn into coercive hierarchies. He gestures toward the room. In my role, I look at how medical, psychological, and operational systems intersect. And what I see here is that the institution failed to provide consistent safety, adequate supervision, trauma-informed staff training, clear reporting pathways, protective protocols, and accountability for power dynamics. When those systems break down, coercion becomes possible. He looks at Paul with steady compassion. You were not protected by the institution, so you were forced to rely on someone who exploited that gap. That is not your failure. That is the system's failure. He finishes. And part of our work today is understanding how these patterns form so we can advocate for safer, more accountable environments, inside and outside these facilities.
Cletus raises his hand. Dr. Blake turns toward him, ready to give him the floor. But before he can speak, Rich's eyes flick toward the small window in the door. Someone is peeking in. Rich doesn't move his head, just his eyes, a quick glance, the kind men learn in environments where attention can be dangerous. Dr. Blake notices the shift. He turns. Amethyst turns. Tarquin turns, Dr. Wells turns. One by one, the entire room looks toward the door. There's a quiet curiosity in the air. Dr. Blake walks over and opens it. His face lights up instantly. Warm, surprised, relieved. He exchanges a few soft words with the person outside. And then, LT's whole face changes. Not big, not dramatic. Just that unmistakable softening men get when the person they love walks into the room. Marissa steps inside. She doesn't hesitate. She doesn't scan the room. She makes a beeline straight to LT, smiling, glowing, relieved. LT shifts in his seat, scooting over just enough to make space for her. Rich sits on his right, Marissa now on his left. They sit close, not unprofessional, but undeniably connected. They whisper to each other. A soft, "You good?" A quiet, "Yeah, I'm here." A shared smile. Then they straighten up, trying to maintain the classroom atmosphere. But the happiness between them is obvious. Peggy sees it immediately. She grabs Earl's arm. "Oh, Earl, look at that. They worked it out. They worked it out," she whispers, eyes shining. Earl nods. "Yeah, that boy's gonna be all right." Peggy leans in, lowering her voice. "I just hope she didn't tell her family about their split. He'll never be invited to the barbecue again." Earl chuckles under his breath. "I was thinking the same thing. But then I thought, look at their age, she's young, her family hates him. So whenever she has a problem, if she goes to her sisters or her mama or her aunties, they're all gonna give her biased advice. She's probably confused." Peggy nods slowly. "That makes sense. Maybe she needs a neutral older woman to talk to." Someone who won't take sides, someone who can help her calm down with all that dramatic jumping to conclusions she's been doing. She's new in this relationship. She doesn't have an older woman guiding her. She looks at Earl. Is it okay if I talk to her sometime? Earl smiles. That is definitely your lane, and I think it'll help her. Peggy beams. Meanwhile, Marissa, still glowing from seeing LT, glances back and notices Peggy and Earl smiling at her. She smiles back warmly. Then her eyes shift to the back row, 8 men, straight faces, uniform posture, silent, observing. She knows what a parole officer looks like, but she didn't expect a whole row of them. She leans toward LT and whispers something. He whispers back. She whispers again. He answers quietly. She nods, understanding now, and turns her attention back to the front. The room settles. A few of the men take a quick glance at Marissa, not in a flirtatious way, not in a disrespectful way, just that natural shift that happens when feminine energy enters a testosterone-heavy space, a curiosity glance, a grounding glance. Nothing more. Cletus raises his hand again. Patient, respectful. Dr. Blake turns back to him. Cletus, he says gently, you have the floor. The room quiets. Cletus stands. And the seminar continues.
Cletus stands up slowly. He's a quiet man. Broad shoulders, soft eyes, the kind of man who doesn't talk unless he has something worth saying. He clears his throat. My name is Cletus. He pauses, gathering himself. I did most of my time with a cellmate, same guy the whole stretch. When I first moved in, he seemed cool, older, kept to himself, didn't bother nobody. Cletus looks down at his hands. I didn't know how much power a cellmate could have over you. I didn't know how much control one person could get just by being the one you gotta sleep next to every night. He shifts his weight. It started small. He'd tell me where to put my stuff, how to fold my clothes, when to shower, when to turn the light off. I thought he was just particular. I didn't want no problem, so I went along with it. He takes a breath. But after a while, it wasn't about the clothes or the lights. It was about control. He'd say things like, you in my room, or you follow my rules, or you don't get to tell me no. Cletta's voice tightens. And when you're locked in a 6x8 with somebody like that, you start to feel like you don't have any choices. You start to feel like the whole world shrunk down to that one room. He looks up, eyes steady. One night he told me I owed him respect, told me I needed to show it, told me I didn't have a say. Cletus swallows. I didn't agree, I didn't want it, I didn't choose it, but when you're locked in a room with somebody who's bigger than you, stronger than you, and you can't get out, you do what you gotta do to stay alive. He shakes his head slowly. And afterward, he acted like it was normal, like it was part of the routine, like it was just something that came with being in his cell. I didn't tell nobody, I didn't think anybody would believe me, I didn't think anybody would care. I figured they'd say, why didn't you fight? Or why didn't you move cells? But I'm here now because I want people to understand something. When you're locked in a room with somebody who controls your space, your sleep, your safety, that's not a choice. That's captivity inside captivity. That's my story. Cletus sits down, the room is still. Peggy shed tears, Earl nods slowly. Marissa looks shaken but focused. LT sits upright, jaw tight. Rich rubs his chin, eyes forward, unreadable. Dr. Blake steps forward.
Dr. Blake steps forward, his voice steady and compassionate.
Cletus, thank you.
He says what you described is a form of environment-based coercive trauma in psychology. We pay close attention to situations where a person's entire world shrinks down to one room, one bed, one authority figure. He continues. When you share a cell with someone who controls the space, the routines, the tone, the rules, your nervous system adapts. It learns to survive inside that person's expectations. That's not weakness. That's conditioning under confinement. He looks around the room. In trauma psychology, we call this situational entrapment. It happens when a person cannot escape the environment where the coercion occurs. The brain stops thinking in terms of fight or flight and shifts into freeze and comply, the survival responses that keep people alive when escape is impossible. He turns back to Cletus. You didn't choose that Eltonetta. You are living inside someone else's control, and when your body chooses survival, that is not consent, that is not agreement, that is not complicity, that is the brain doing what it must to protect you. He steps back, and now I'm going to let Dr. Wells speak to the legal side of this. Dr. Wells steps forward, posture calm, voice precise. Thank you, Dr. Blake. He looks directly at Cletus. On the yard, what you described is often called cell pressure, room control, or being under somebody's program. It's when a cellmate uses the shared space to dominate, intimidate, or force compliance. He pauses. Legally speaking, this is a crime. Not a misunderstanding, not a cellmate disagreement, not prison culture a crime. He continues. In the legal system, this falls under sexual assault by coercion, sexual extortion within confinement, abuse of positional power, non-consensual sexual contact under confinement pressure. All of these are recognized under state and federal law. His tone stays clear and accessible. The law does not require a weapon. The law does not require a verbal threat. The law recognizes control of the living space, control of movement, control of sleep, control of privacy, control of daily routines, implied danger as forms of force and coercion. He turns slightly toward the families. For families listening, if your loved one says, I didn't fight or I couldn't get out, that does not mean they consented. The law recognizes that confinement creates conditions where resistance is impossible. He looks back at Cletus. What happened to you is legally classified as non-consensual sexual contact obtained through confinement-based coercion and environmental domination. That is a felony offense. He steps back, and now I'm gonna let Tarquin speak to the system's level failures that allowed this to happen. Tarquin steps forward, voice calm, analytical, deeply intelligent. From an integration standpoint, he begins. Cletus's experience highlights a structural vulnerability inside correctional environments, the cell assignment system. He continues. When two people are placed in a confined space with no escape route, the institution must ensure that power is balanced, personalities are compatible, histories are reviewed, supervision is consistent, reporting pathways are safe, and staff are trained to recognize coercive dynamics. When those safeguards fail, the cell itself becomes a tool of domination. He gestures gently toward Cletus. In Cletus's case, the system failed to monitor cellmate compatibility, track behavioral patterns, respond to subtle signs of control, provide safe avenues for reporting, intervene in escalating power imbalances. When those systems break down, the cell becomes an environment where coercion can thrive. He looks at Cletus with steady compassion. You weren't overpowered because you were weak. You were overpowered because the system placed you in a confined environment with someone who exploited the lack of oversight. That is not your failure, that is the institution's failure. He finishes.
And part of our work today is understanding how these structural gaps form so we can advocate for safer, more accountable environments where no one is left vulnerable inside the very space meant to house them.
The room is still settling after Cledis's story. Amethyst rises from her seat with that soft, steady warmth she carries everywhere she goes. She walks over to Marissa with a gentle smile, holding a name tag and a marker and sign-in sheet. She leans in just enough to keep the group's flow undisturbed. "Here you go, sweetheart." She whispers just write whatever name you'd like to be called and sign your name on this form. Marissa smiles, grateful for the kindness. She writes Marissa in neat letters, then adds a little smiley face and 2 tiny butterflies in the corner, a playful echo of Peggy's smiley face. Amethyst's eyes brighten. She gives Marissa a warm nod, then returns to her laptop, typing quietly as the cedarwood-sandalwood blend drifts through the room. Dr. Blake steps forward again, voice calm and steady. "Thank you, Cledis, we appreciate your courage." He scans the room. The floor is open for the next person who'd like to share. Reese sits beside Cledis. He glances at his friend, the man who just stood up and told the truth. Something in Reese's posture changes. A quiet resolve settles in. He raises his hand. Dr. Blake nods. "Reese, you have the floor." The room quiets. Everyone turns their attention toward him. Reese stands, and the next story begins.
Reese stands up slowly. He glances at Cledis, a quiet acknowledgement of courage passed from one man to another. He clears his throat. "My name's Reese." He pauses, letting the room settle around him. "I did time in a unit where the officers didn't really care who roomed with who. They'd shuffle people around like it didn't matter. But it mattered. It mattered a lot." He looks down at the floor for a moment. "I got put in a cell with a dude who had pull, not gang pull, reputation pull, the kind where people don't look them in the eye, the kind where officers don't ask questions." Reese's voice stays calm, but there's a heaviness underneath. At first he was cool, real cool, too cool. He'd offer me extra food, let me use his radio, tell me he'd look out for me. I didn't ask for none of that. When you're locked in a room with somebody, you don't want tension, so you just go along. But after a while, the vibe changed. He started telling me when I could shower, when I could sleep, when I could sit on the bunk. He'd say stuff like, "You in my room or you follow my rules." Reese's jaw tightens. And one night he told me I needed to show respect, told me I didn't have a choice, told me I was in his space, so I had to do what he said. I didn't agree, I didn't want it, I didn't choose it. But when you're locked in a room with somebody who's bigger than you, stronger than you, and you can't get out, you do what you gotta do to stay alive. And afterward he acted like it was normal, like it was part of the routine, like it was just something that came with being in his cell. I didn't tell nobody, I didn't think anybody would believe me, I didn't think anybody would care. I figured they'd say, "Why didn't you fight?" or "Why didn't you move cells?" He looks around the room at the men, at the facilitators, at the families. But I'm here now because I want people to understand something. When you're locked in a room with somebody who controls your space, your sleep, your safety, that's not a choice. That's captivity inside captivity. He nods once. That's my story. Reese sits down. Dr. Blake steps forward. Dr. Blake steps forward. Hands loosely clasped, voice steady. Reese, thank you. He begins. What you describe reflects a pattern we see in environments, where one person holds disproportionate power over another psychologically. This falls under coercive control through intimidation. He continues, when someone uses their size, reputation, or authority to influence your behavior, your nervous system adapts. The brain becomes hyper-focused on survival, reading tone, posture, silence, and proximity as signals. That's not weakness. That's the body protecting itself. He looks around the room. In trauma psychology, we call this boundary retaliation. When a person asserts a limit, even respectfully, and the other party responds with punishment or intimidation. The brain learns that boundaries are dangerous. That creates long-term effects on trust, autonomy, and self-expression. He turns back to Reese. You are navigating a situation where saying no carried consequences. Your reactions were survival responses shaped by the environment, not reflections of your character. And the fact that you're naming it now shows strength, not shame. He steps back. Dr. Wells steps forward, posture steady, tone precise and accessible. Thank you, Dr. Blake. He looks directly at Reese. On the yard, what you described is often called pressure. Checking somebody or putting someone in their place. It's intimidation used to force compliance. He continues. Legally, this is not a misunderstanding. This is not prison politics. This is a criminal act under multiple statutes. He lifts a hand slightly, emphasizing clarity. Under state and federal law, the behavior you described falls under one, coercion and intimidation. This covers situations where someone uses threats, implied danger, or reputation to force another person to act against their will. 2, retaliation for setting a boundary. Most states classify retaliation as a separate offense, especially when someone is harmed because they refuse to follow an unlawful demand. 3, abuse of power within confinement. When someone uses their position, reputation, or control of the environment to dominate another person, that is recognized as a form of unlawful coercion. 4, threats to safety. Even without a weapon or explicit threat, implied danger and intimidation are prosecutable under criminal threat laws. 5, civil rights violations under federal law. When a person is harmed inside a correctional facility due to intimidation, retaliation, or abuse of power, it can fall under federal protections that prohibit the violation of an incarcerated person's safety and bodily autonomy. He pauses just long enough for the room to absorb the weight of the information. The law does not require physical force. The law does not require a weapon. The law does not require a verbal threat. He looks at Reese again. The law recognizes intimidation, reputation-based pressure, retaliation for refusal, control of the living environment, threats to safety as forms of force and coercion. He concludes, what you experienced is legally classified as coercive intimidation, retaliation for refusal, control of the living environment, threats to safety as forms of force and coercion. He concludes, what you experienced is legally classified as coercive intimidation, retaliation for harm, and abuse of power within confinement. Each of those is a chargeable offense under state and federal law. He steps back, allowing the next facilitator to speak. Tarquin steps forward, calm and analytical. From a systems perspective, he begins. Reese's experience highlights a structural failure in how housing assignments and interpersonal dynamics are monitored. He continues.
in environments where individuals have unequal influence. Whether through reputation, physical presence, or social standing, the institution must actively prevent that imbalance from becoming a tool of control. He gestures slightly. In Reese's case, the system failed to assess compatibility before housing, monitor intimidation patterns, provide safe reporting pathways, intervene when boundaries were punished, track individuals with known influence or behavioral histories. When these safeguards break down, intimidation becomes a predictable outcome. He looks at Reese with steady respect. You weren't targeted because you were weak. You were targeted because the system placed you in a vulnerable position with someone who had unchecked authority. That's an institutional failure, not a personal one. He finishes, and part of our work today is understanding how these structural gaps form so we can advocate for safer, more accountable environments.
Dr. Blake, Dr. Wells, Tarquan, and Amethyst have been quietly documenting. Micro movements, emotional shifts, posture changes, breathing patterns, signs of overwhelm, signs of dissociation, signs of hypervigilance. They've all noticed the same thing. Peggy has broken down. She's crying into Earl's shoulder, overwhelmed by the reality of what she's hearing. The facilitators exchange a brief, professional glance, the kind that says everything without words. Dr. Blake leans in toward the others. We need a longer break, he says quietly. They all agree. Amethyst steps forward, her presence warm and steady. Everyone, she says gently. Before we break for lunch, I want to guide us through a grounding exercise. We've covered heavy material, and your nervous systems deserve a reset. She walks them through, feet on the floor. Slow breath in, slow breath out. Noticing the weight of the body, noticing the temperature of the room, noticing one thing they can see, one thing they can hear, one thing they can feel. Her voice stays even, calm and human. When the room settles, she continues. For lunch, we're extending the break to 30 minutes for the first 15 minutes. 2 facilitators will remain in the room in case anyone needs to talk privately after that. We'll rotate and take our own breaks. She gestures toward the door. You're welcome to go to the cafeteria. Lunch is free for this seminar. You can bring your food back here or go outside for air. Whatever helps you ground. She adds with clarity and reassurance. You may notice a shift change with the parole officers. That's routine. It has nothing to do with your stories. She gives a small nod. You're officially released for lunch. Right on cue, the door opens. 8 new parole officers walk in, moving with that unmistakable authoritative stride. They pass the current officers, exchange brief nods, and take their seats in the back. The outgoing officers leave, the incoming officers settle. For the men on parole, this is normal. For Peggy, it's fascinating. It's just like the changing of the guards. She whispers to Earl. Marissa watches, curious. She's never seen it at this scale. The first 2 to step out for lunch are Amethyst and Tarquan. Dr. Blake and Dr. Wells stay behind, reviewing notes and keeping a quiet eye on the room. The parole officers remain seated in the back, doing their job. Rich stands, stretches, and instinctively glances toward Rocky, but the parole officers are watching, so he redirects his gaze and heads straight outside. Rocky catches the glance. He understands. He doesn't respond.
When Rocky gets up to go wash his hands, a security escort immediately joins him. His wife understands the protocol. She goes to wash her hands separately and meets Rocky in the cafeteria. Several other men have escorts as well. Rich has more freedom now, but even he knows he's being watched from a distance. Peggy is still emotional. She wipes her face, blows her nose, and turns to Earl. "I had no idea," she says. "How could this happen to a man? Aren't there guards? Aren't they watching? How could this happen when the bars are open?" Earl nods slowly. "That's a good question," he says. "And you might want to ask about it. I bet a lot of people are wondering the same thing." Peggy wiped her tears. "I just feel so horrible for these young men." Earl rubs her back. "Come on, sweetheart, let's get something to eat." They leave the room. Marissa and LT leave for lunch. One by one, the men step out. Some escorted, some not. The room becomes quiet. Only the facilitators remain, along with the parole officers in the back. This is unusual. Normally, some participants stay behind, but the presence of the officers has shifted the energy. The men prefer to stretch their legs, get air, and decompress.
After 15 minutes, all the facilitators are back in the room. After a brief exchange of observation updates, Dr. Blake and Dr. Wells now take their break, and Tarquin and Amethyst remain in the room. They notice something. No one has returned yet, except Peggy and Earl, who come back with lunch trays and sit down to eat quietly. The facilitators make note of this, not as a problem, but as data. Eventually, one by one, the men return, each escorted by their assigned security officer, each carrying a cafeteria tray or snacks, each settling into their seat with a different level of tension or calm. Rocky and his wife return with their cafeteria trays, sit down and eat and chat. A few minutes later, Rich walks back in with his tray. He doesn't look around. He knows the parole officers are still in the back. LT and Marissa return together with their trays. They sit, settle in, and start eating quietly. At this point, the room holds. Rocky, Earl, Peggy, Marissa, LT, Rich. The rest of the group is still out. About 10 minutes before the session is scheduled to restart, the rest of the men begin returning. Some come in with cafeteria trays, bottled water, small snacks, fruit cups, chips, granola bars. A few sit at their desks and immediately get on their phones, talking quietly to loved ones. They keep their eyes down, not out of shame, but out of habit. Men who have done time rarely make direct eye contact with other formerly incarcerated men, unless they're signaling something intentional. The parolee-supervised men return one by one, each escorted by their assigned officer. They sit, settle, and wait. The energy is calmer now, not light, but steadier. Dr. Blake, Dr. Wells, Tarquin, and Amethyst are all back in the room. They're typing notes, reviewing observations, marking behavioral patterns, tracking emotional shifts, preparing for the next story. They don't interrupt the room. They simply observe and document.
When the clock hits the restart time, Dr. Blake stands. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't call for attention. He simply speaks, and the room naturally quiets. "All right, everyone," he says, "thank you for taking the time you needed. We're going to continue at the same pace, and with the same respect we've shown each other so far." He glances around the room, making sure everyone is settled. The floor is open for the next person who would like to share, and the room waits. Dr. Blake steps to the front. "All right, everyone," he says, voice steady. "Thank you for taking the time you needed. We're ready to continue." He scans the room. Who would like to go next?
Van rises slowly. He doesn't straighten his shoulders the way Rocky did. He doesn't project strength. He simply stands, small, quiet, gentle, and the room instinctively softens around him. He folds his hands in front of him, takes a breath, and begins. "Hello. My name is Vaughn." His voice is soft, but it carries. It carries because it is honest. "I've always been different." Vaughn says even before prison I was the quiet one, the gentle one, the spiritual one. I wasn't loud, I wasn't tough. I wasn't the kind of man people expected to survive a place like that. He pauses, grounding himself. And that's exactly why I was targeted. The room shifts, not in shock, but in recognition. Vaughn continues, "I wasn't chosen because I broke a rule. I wasn't chosen because I disrespected anyone. I wasn't chosen because I owed someone." He looks down at his hands. "I was chosen because I was small. Because I was soft-spoken, because I didn't fit the mold of what a man is supposed to be." He breathes in slowly. "And for a long time, I believed that meant something was wrong with me. I believed being quiet made me weak. I believed being spiritual made me soft. I believed being different made me less of a man." He lifts his head. "But I'm learning something new. I'm learning that gentleness is not weakness. I'm learning that being soft-spoken doesn't mean I'm fragile. I'm learning that being different doesn't make me less of a man. It makes me my own kind of man. I came here today because I want to reclaim who I am. I want to reclaim my identity. I want to reclaim my masculinity, not the version the world tried to force on me, but the version that belongs to me. I'm not loud, I'm not big, I'm not intimidating, but I am strong, I am worthy, and I am still a man. Thank you for listening." He sits. Amethyst steps forward with her soft, steady presence. "Everyone, let's take a breath together." She guides them through. Feet on the floor. Breathe in. Breathe out. Noticing the body. Noticing the room. Returning to the present. Her voice is warm, almost musical. "Vaughn," she says gently, "your voice matters. Your identity matters. And your version of masculinity is just as valid, just as powerful, and just as sacred as anyone else's." She steps back, giving space for the facilitators. Van rises slowly.
He doesn't straighten his shoulders the way Rocky did. He doesn't project strength. He simply stands, small, quiet, gentle, and the room instinctively softens around him. He folds his hands in front of him, takes a breath, and begins. Hello, my name is Vaughn. His voice is soft, but it carries. It carries because it is honest. I've always been different. Vaughn says even before prison I was the quiet one, the gentle one, the spiritual one. I wasn't loud, I wasn't tough. I wasn't the kind of man people expected to survive a place like that. He pauses, grounding himself. And that's exactly why I was targeted. The room shifts, not in shock, but in recognition. Vaughn continues, I wasn't chosen because I broke a rule. I wasn't chosen because I disrespected anyone. I wasn't chosen because I owed someone. He looks down at his hands. I was chosen because I was small, because I was soft-spoken, because I didn't fit the mold of what a man is supposed to be. He breathes in slowly. And for a long time, I believed that meant something was wrong with me. I believed being quiet made me weak. I believed being spiritual made me soft. I believed being different made me less of a man. He lifts his head. But I'm learning something new. I'm learning that gentleness is not weakness. I'm learning that being soft-spoken doesn't mean I'm fragile. I'm learning that being different doesn't make me less of a man. It makes me my own kind of man. I came here today because I want to reclaim who I am. I want to reclaim my identity. I want to reclaim my masculinity, not the version the world tried to force on me, but the version that belongs to me. I'm not loud, I'm not big, I'm not intimidating, but I am strong, I am worthy, and I am still a man. Thank you for listening. He sits. Amethyst steps forward with her soft, steady presence. Everyone, let's take a breath together. She guides them through. Feet on the floor. Breathe in. Breathe out. Noticing the body. Noticing the room. Returning to the present. Her voice is warm, almost musical. Vaughn, she says gently, your voice matters. Your identity matters. And your version of masculinity is just as valid, just as powerful, and just as sacred as anyone else's. She steps back, giving space for the facilitators.
Dr. Blake steps forward, and this time he doesn't rush to summarize or soothe. He treats Vaughn's story like what it is, a living case study of how masculinity, vulnerability, and trauma collide. Vaughn, he begins, what you just shared is a textbook example of how society weaponizes difference against men, and then blames them for the wounds. He looks around the room, making sure everyone is with him. You said you were always quiet, gentle, spiritual. Those are traits that, in a healthy culture, would be seen as strengths: emotional intelligence, self-control, depth. But in many male environments, especially high-risk ones like prison, those traits are misread as weakness. He continues, more clinical now. In psychology, we talk about gender role strain, the stress men experience when they don't fit the narrow definition of what a real man is supposed to be. That strain can show up in 3 ways. Discrepancy strain, When a man feels he doesn't live up to the masculine ideal, dysfunction strain. When trying to live up to that ideal actually harms him. Trauma strain when he is punished for not fitting the ideal. He gestures gently toward Vaughn. You experienced trauma strain. You were targeted not because you were weak, but because you didn't perform masculinity the way the environment demanded. You were quiet instead of loud, reflective instead of aggressive, spiritual instead of hard. The system around you interpreted that as less than, and that misinterpretation made you a target. He lets that sit. Over time, that kind of targeting doesn't just hurt your body or your safety. It attacks your identity. You start to internalize the message. Something is wrong with me. If I were more like them, this wouldn't have happened. That's what we call internalized stigma. It's when the lies of the environment become the voice in your own head. He looks directly at Vaughn. You said you believed being quiet made you weak, being spiritual made you soft, being different made you less of a man. That is not your belief. That is a belief that was installed in you by a violent culture. He shifts into healing language. Recovery for you is not just about moving on. It's about reclaiming your definition of manhood. You are doing something incredibly advanced psychologically. You are separating who you are from what was done to you and how others saw you. He counts on his fingers. You are saying, my gentleness is not a liability. My quiet is not a defect. My spirituality is not a weakness. My difference is not a flaw. It is my design. He looks around the room again. And I want every man in here to hear this. There is no single template for manhood. There is no one way to be a man. The idea that you must be loud, aggressive, sexually dominant, emotionally numb, that idea is not masculinity. That is a performance. He returns his gaze to Vaughn. Vaughn, your healing moment, standing here, claiming your identity out loud is a direct challenge to that performance. You are saying, I am still a man even if I don't fit your script. That is not weakness, that is psychological strength, that is leadership. He finishes with a clear clinical takeaway. From a mental health perspective, what you did today is called identity reclamation. It is one of the most powerful protective factors against long-term trauma. You are rebuilding a self-concept that is not based on what was done to you, but on who you choose to be. He nods once. And that is the work of healing.
Dr. Wells responds to Vaughn. Dr. Wells steps forward next, his tone precise, but not cold. He's not here to argue feelings, he's here to name structures. Vaughn, he begins, I want to talk about what your story looks like through a legal lens. Because the law has language for what you went through, even if the culture around you pretended it was normal. He looks at the room. You describe being targeted because you were quiet, small, gentle, spiritual in legal terms. That falls under what we call targeted vulnerability. That means you weren't just in the wrong place at the wrong time. You were selected because someone perceived you as easier to control. He continues. In many legal frameworks, when a person is chosen because of perceived vulnerability, whether that vulnerability is physical size, disability, mental health, or social position, that can be considered an aggravating factor. It increases the seriousness of the offense because it shows intent to exploit someone's perceived weakness. He breaks it down. Let's talk about 3 key legal concepts your story touches. Duty of care. When you are in custody, the institution has a legal obligation to protect you from foreseeable harm that includes harm that arises because you are perceived as vulnerable. Failure to protect. If staff knew or should have known that certain individuals were at higher risk because of their size, demeanor, or social position, and they did not take reasonable steps to protect them, that is a systemic failure. Pattern recognition. When quiet, smaller, or different men are repeatedly targeted, that is not random, that is a pattern, and patterns are what legal advocates and investigators look for when building cases about institutional negligence. He looks back at Vaughn. You said something very important, that men like you don't have the same trauma-informed programs or support that women do legally, that raises questions about equity of care. If one group receives robust, trauma-informed services and another group does not, that can be challenged as unequal treatment. He turns slightly to address the whole room. The law is often slow to catch up to the realities of male trauma, especially in confinement. But that does not mean those realities are invisible. When men like you speak, you create the record. You create the testimony. You create the data that advocates and policymakers can use to push for change. He returns to Vaughn. Your story is not just personal. It is evidence of a structural problem. You were entitled to safety. You were entitled to protection. You were entitled to trauma-informed care. The fact that you receive none of that is not a reflection of your worth. It is a reflection of institutional priorities that have historically ignored male survivors. He finishes with a clear legal takeaway. From a legal standpoint, your experience sits at the intersection of vulnerability, neglect, and unequal access to support. Naming that publicly is not just brave. It is foundational for any future change in policy, training, and accountability.
Tarquin responds to Vaughn. Tarquin steps forward last, his presence calm. Analytical and deeply systems-minded. He's not looking at Vaughn as an isolated case. He's seeing the pattern. Vaughn, he begins. Your story is a mirror held up to the system. He continues. When we look at environments like prisons, we have to understand that they are ecosystems. There are hierarchies, roles, unspoken rules, and informal power structures. In those ecosystems, certain traits are rewarded. Aggression, dominance, emotional numbness. Other traits like gentleness, quietness, spirituality are seen as vulnerabilities. He looks at the group. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens because the system is built around survival through hardness, the softer qualities that make communities healthy, empathy, reflection, sensitivity, are treated as liabilities in those environments. He turns back to Vaughn. You were not just a man in prison. You were a man whose traits did not match the survival script of that environment that made you visible in a dangerous way. He breaks it down in systems language. From a systems perspective, your experience reveals at least 4 failures. Risk assessment failure. Institutions should be able to identify individuals who are at higher risk because of their size, demeanor, or social presentation, not to stigmatize them, but to protect them. If that didn't happen, the system failed at basic risk assessment. Culture management failure. When an environment rewards dominance and punishes difference, that is a culture problem. Culture is not accidental, it is shaped by policies, staff behavior, and what is tolerated or ignored. Support structure failure. You mentioned that men don't have the same trauma-informed programs women do. That is a resource allocation issue. It tells us where empathy has historically been directed and where it has been withheld. Reintegration failure. You carried these beliefs about yourself. I'm less of a man because I'm different. Back into the community. That means the system did not just fail to protect you physically, it also failed to help you rebuild psychologically. He softens his tone. From a systems lens, your story is not just about what happened to you. It's about what the environment taught everyone around you. That quiet men are expendable. That gentle men are easy targets. That spiritual men are less than. Those are dangerous lessons for any system to teach. He nods toward Vaughn. But your presence here today disrupts that lesson. You are introducing a new narrative into the system, that a man can be gentle and still be strong, quiet and still be powerful, spiritual and still be fully masculine. He looks at the room, and when enough men do what you just did, stand up and reclaim their identity out loud, the system has to change because the culture inside it can no longer pretend that only one kind of man exists. He finishes with a clear systems takeaway. Your story is not just a personal testimony. It is a data point in a much larger pattern, and it is also a blueprint for what healthier systems could look like. Systems that recognize different forms of strength, protect different kinds of men, and provide trauma-informed care to everyone, not just those who fit the old script.
Dr. Blake steps forward after the room settles. "All right," he says, voice steady and grounded. "Thank you all for holding space. The floor is open for the next person who would like to share." A hand rises. "Mick?" Dr. Blake nods toward him. "Go ahead, Mick." Mick stands. "Hi, my name is Mick." He speaks plainly, like a man who has worked with his hands his whole life. "I grew up poor, not tight on money poor. I mean the kind of poor where you learn early that nothing in life is guaranteed. Not food, not heat, not safety, not even dignity." He continues, "When I went to prison, I didn't have anybody putting money on my books. No family sending me care packages. No friends checking in. I went in with nothing, and I stayed with nothing." He pauses. "And when you don't have anything in a place like that, people notice. People know who has support and who doesn't. Who gets visits and who doesn't. Who has soap and who doesn't. Who has food and who doesn't." He keeps his voice steady. "And when people know you don't have anything, they start using that against you." He stays high level, non-graphic. "I wasn't targeted because I was small or quiet. I was targeted because I was poor. Because I didn't have anyone looking out for me, because I didn't have the basics. And when you don't have the basics, people start offering you things with strings attached." He breathes in. "Food, soap, a place to sit, a little protection, a little safety." He shakes his head slightly. "When you're hungry, when you're dirty, when you're scared, those things feel like lifelines. But they're not. They're traps." He continues. "I spent my whole sentence feeling like I owed people, like I had to earn every bite of food, every bar of soap, every moment of safety. And after a while I stopped feeling like a man. I felt like a burden, like a charity case, like someone who didn't deserve anything unless he paid for it somehow." He takes a breath. "And the worst part? When I got out, I still felt that way. I still felt like I didn't deserve anything good unless I earned it twice over.
I still felt like I had to apologize for needing help. I still felt like I wasn't worth basic things. He lifts his head. But I'm here now, because I'm trying to reclaim my dignity. I'm trying to believe that I deserve the same things everyone else does. Food safety, respect a chance. I'm trying to believe that being poor didn't make me less of a man. He nods once. That's my story. Thank you for listening. Mick sits.
Dr. Blake steps forward, and his tone shifts into full clinical mode. Not cold, but deeply intentional. Mick, he begins. Your story highlights a form of trauma that is often overlooked because it doesn't fit the dramatic image people associate with harm. But what you described is one of the most psychologically corrosive forms of exploitation, necessities-based manipulation. He continues, voice steady and deeply informed. In psychology, we call this survival-based coercion. It happens when a person's basic needs, food, hygiene, safety, belonging, are used as leverage against them. And I want everyone in this room to understand something. When a person is deprived of basic needs, their brain shifts into survival mode. That is not weakness, that is biology. He breaks it down. 1. Poverty primes the nervous system for vulnerability. When you grow up poor, you learn early that resources are scarce. Your brain becomes conditioned to accept less, expect less, and tolerate deprivation. That conditioning doesn't disappear in adulthood. It follows you into every environment, including incarceration. Deprivation creates psychological dependency. When someone offers you food, soap, or safety in a place where you have none, your brain interprets that person as a lifeline, not because you want to depend on them, but because your survival instincts override your autonomy. Shame becomes internalized. You said you felt like a burden, like you didn't deserve anything unless you paid for it somehow. That is what we call internalized deprivation shame. The belief that your needs are an inconvenience, that your existence requires repayment. He looks at Mick with full presence. Mick, that belief did not come from you. It came from a lifetime of scarcity. It came from environments that taught you your worth was conditional. For long-term identity damage. When you said you stopped feeling like a man, that is a direct result of identity erosion. When a person's basic needs are controlled by others, their sense of autonomy, the core of adult identity, is stripped away. He continues deeper. 5. The hardest part. The shame follows you home. You said that even after release you still felt like you didn't deserve anything good unless you earned it twice over. That is a trauma imprint. The body leaves the environment, but the belief system stays. He softens his tone. Mick, reclaiming your dignity is not just a personal goal. It is a psychological necessity. You are rebuilding the part of yourself that poverty and deprivation tried to convince you you didn't deserve. He finishes. Your story teaches us that trauma is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet. Sometimes it is disguised as help. Sometimes it hides inside the most basic human needs, and your willingness to name it out loud is the first step toward healing. Dr. Wells steps forward, posture straight, tone precise and authoritative. Mick, what you described is not just a psychological pattern. It is a legal one, and it has a name: coercive control through deprivation. He continues, 1. Necessities as leverage.
In legal terms, when someone uses food, hygiene items, or safety as bargaining chips that is considered exploitation of basic needs, the law recognizes that when a person is deprived of essentials, they cannot freely consent to anything tied to those essentials. Two are targeted because you had no financial support. That is a recognized vulnerability. The law acknowledges that individuals without resources are at higher risk for coercion. When a facility allows an environment where necessities become currency, that is a failure of institutional oversight. Basic needs are supposed to be guaranteed, not weaponized. He breaks it down further. For economic vulnerability as a protected factor. In many legal frameworks, exploiting someone because of their poverty is considered an aggravating factor. It shows intentional targeting of someone who lacked the means to protect themselves. 5. Deprivation as a civil rights issue. When a person in custody is denied adequate food, hygiene, or safety that can rise to the level of a civil rights violation, the state has a legal obligation to provide humane conditions. He looks directly at Mick. Mick, you are not responsible for the deprivation you experienced. You are not responsible for the power imbalance. You are not responsible for the manipulation that followed. He concludes, your story is not about personal failure. It is about systemic neglect, and naming it is the first step toward accountability.
Dr. Blake steps to the front. All right, everyone. We're gonna take our 1-hour lunch break. For those of you who are being escorted, please remember to wait for your assigned security officer. They'll take you to the cafeteria and bring you back. You're welcome to eat in here or outside. Whatever helps you ground yourselves, he adds. As always, 2 facilitators will remain in the room at all times. We'll rotate our breaks. You're free to go. The room rises. Amethyst and Dr. Blake leave first for their lunch. Tarquin and Dr. Wells stay behind, reviewing notes and keeping a quiet eye on the room. Before anyone can leave, 8 new parole officers enter. They quietly relieve the 8 already present. A few murmured exchanges, a few clipped notes pass between them, and then the first group exits. Peggy and Marissa watch with fascination. The men on parole used to this. Half the room leaves to wash their hands or escape the watchful eyes of the parole officers. Only a few stay. Rich, LT, Marissa, Peggy and Earl, Tarquin and Dr. Wells, the new set of parole officers. Everyone else is out. Rich crunches on an apple. Marissa checks her phone. LT is relaxed. He's got his girl back. Peggy and Earl sit behind them with their lunches. Peggy has her salad, fruit, and tofu sandwich. Earl has a cafeteria plate. They chat quietly. Rich is in his own world as usual. A parolee named Cole enters with a cafeteria tray. He walks past LT, Marissa, and Rich, then stops. He stares at LT. LT recognizes the look. He's seen it before. He thinks, oh no, is this one of my ex-girlfriend's brothers? Who is this guy? Marissa notices, do you know him? She whispers, I don't think so. LT says. Cole leans and slightly, hey, are you TRO? LT's stomach drops. Only people connected to his past call him that. Rich notices. Earl notices. Peggy notices. The facilitators see it too, but they don't react. They observe quietly, professionally. LT swallows hard. Cole leans in again.
Yeah, I know you went out with my sister a couple times. LT's mind races. Which sister? Which girl? Which year? He's had too many relationships to place the name. Marissa looks at him like, seriously? Cole waits. Rich steps in, calm, steady, protective. He places a hand on LT's shoulder and says to Cole, he's cool. Just 2 words, but in prison culture that's a signal. A declaration, a boundary. Cole looks at Rich, nods once and says, all right. He walks away and sits down. LT exhales. Thanks, man. No problem, Rich says. But Earl thinks, oh no, Rich just broke protocol. He talked to another parolee. He forgot the POs were in the back. I hope they don't bump him back to high risk. Earl keeps this to himself. He doesn't want Peggy panicking. 30 minutes pass. Everyone returns from lunch. The room fills, the energy resets. Dr. Blake and Amethyst return, relieving Tarquin and Dr. Wells. The facilitators exchange quiet notes, observations, patterns, concerns. Then Dr. Blake steps forward. He's ready to bring the room back into focus. Dr. Blake stands at the front of the room. All right, everyone, he says, voice steady. Let's come back together. The room quiets. He looks around, making sure everyone is grounded. We're going to continue with our stories. Thank you all for your patience, your honesty, and your courage today. He scans the room. Who would like to go next?
Hi, my name is Ian. He takes a breath, steady but honest. I'm not going into details, I just want to talk about the part that stayed with me, the part that still affects me. When I first got locked up, I didn't know anything about the politics. I didn't know who was who. I didn't know the rules. I didn't know the unspoken lines you're not supposed to cross. I was just trying to survive the best way I knew how. He continues. And because I didn't know the rules, I ended up in a situation where I was outnumbered. I didn't understand what was happening until it was already happening. And after that day, everything changed for me. I've had flashbacks ever since. I've had moments where I freeze, nights where I can't sleep, days where I feel like I'm back in that moment even though I'm not. And the hardest part for me has been how it changed the way I see myself. I used to be confident. I used to feel like I could handle anything. But after that, I felt small. I felt powerless. I felt like I wasn't a man anymore. I never told anybody, not my family, not my friends, not even my therapist. I kept it buried because I didn't want anyone looking at me different. I didn't want anyone thinking I was weak. I didn't want anyone thinking I let something happen to me. And because I kept it all inside, it started eating at me. I pulled away from people. I avoided relationships. I started feeling like I didn't deserve anything good. And honestly, I didn't even realize how much it was affecting me until I came to these seminars, hearing other men speak, men who look strong, men who look confident, men who look like nothing could ever touch them. It made me realize I wasn't alone. It made me realize this can happen to anybody. And I'm tired of carrying this by myself. I'm tired of pretending I'm fine. I'm tired of letting one moment define my whole life. I want to reclaim who I am. I want to reclaim my confidence. I want to reclaim my manhood, not the version people expect, but the version that belongs to me. That's my story. Thank you for listening. Ian sits. The room holds him in quiet respect.
To go next.
Amethyst steps forward with her calm, steady presence. She doesn't rush. She doesn't fill the space. She simply brings the room back into their bodies. Everyone, she says softly, Let's take a breath together. She guides them. Feet on the floor, shoulders relaxed. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Notice the weight of your body. Notice the safety of the room. Notice the present moment. Her voice is warm, steady, grounding. Ian, she says gently, thank you for trusting us with that. You named something many men carry in silence. You are not alone, and you are not defined by what happened to you. You are allowed to reclaim yourself. She steps back, giving the floor to Dr. Blake. Dr. Blake steps forward and his tone shifts into full clinical depth, not cold but deeply intentional. Ian, he begins, your story is a clear example of what we call post-traumatic identity disruption. It's when a single overwhelming event fractures a man's sense of self, his confidence, and his internal narrative about who he is. He continues. 1. The shock of being outnumbered. When you said you didn't understand what was happening till it was already happening. That is a classic trauma response. The brain cannot process threat at that speed. It freezes, it dissociates, it tries to survive. The collapse of self-perception. You describe feeling confident before and then suddenly feeling small and powerless. That is not weakness, that is the brain recalibrating after a moment where control was taken away. He looks around the room. Men are taught that control is the core of masculinity. So when control is lost even for a moment, the brain interprets it as a threat to identity. 3. The silence afterward. You said you never told anyone, not family, not friends, not even your therapist. That silence is not uncommon. It is a protective mechanism. Men fear judgment, disbelief, or being seen as weak. He adds, silence becomes a second prison. The symptoms you described, flashbacks, freezing, insomnia, avoidance, withdrawal, loss of confidence. These are all hallmark symptoms of post-traumatic stress, especially in men who are blindsided by an overwhelming event. 5. The belief that you should have prevented it. That belief is called self-blame distortion. It is the mind trying to make sense of something senseless by assigning responsibility to the only person it can control, yourself. He softens his tone. But you were not responsible. You were outnumbered. You were unprepared. You were human. 6. The healing moment. When you said you want to reclaim your manhood, not the version people expect, but the version that belongs to you. That is the core of trauma recovery. He concludes, Ian, your story teaches us that trauma is not about what happened. It is about what it took from you, and what you are now reclaiming. That is the work of healing. Dr. Wells steps forward, tone precise and authoritative. Ian, what you described intersects with several legal concepts that are important for everyone in this room to understand.
He continues. 1. Power imbalance. When someone is outnumbered, the law recognizes that as a situation where consent, choice, and autonomy are compromised. The imbalance itself is a form of coercion. You mentioned not knowing the rules or politics legally. Institutions have a duty to protect individuals who are new, uninformed, or vulnerable to manipulation. He adds, When a person is placed in an environment where they cannot reasonably protect themselves, the institution has a heightened responsibility. Freer to protect. If staff knew, or should have known, that certain individuals were at risk because of their lack of knowledge or social connections, and they did not intervene, that is a systemic failure. Silence as a legal barrier. You said you never told anyone. Many men don't. That silence is not evidence that nothing happened. It is evidence of stigma. The law recognizes that delayed disclosure is common in trauma cases. 5. Identity harm. In legal terms, what you described is not just physical or situational harm. It is dignitary harm. It affects your sense of self, your autonomy, and your psychological integrity. He finishes. Ian, your story is not a personal failing. It is a reflection of institutional gaps, power imbalances, and the lack of trauma-informed protections for men in custody. Tarquin steps forward, last calm and analytical. Ian, he begins. Your story reveals a systemic pattern we see across institutions. The vulnerability of the uninformed and uninitiated. He continues. 1. New arrivals are at highest risk. When someone enters a system without understanding the social structure, they are immediately vulnerable, not because of who they are, but because of what they don't know. 2. Informal hierarchies. Institutional environments develop their own rules, unwritten, unregulated, and often dangerous. When someone doesn't know those rules, they become a target. 3. Lack of orientation. Many facilities fail to provide adequate orientation or protective protocols for new arrivals. That is a system failure, not an individual one. 4. Trauma imprint. You described freezing, flashbacks, avoidance. These are not just psychological symptoms. They are systemic imprints. They show how deeply the environment shaped your nervous system. 5. Reintegration challenges. When you said you avoided relationships and felt undeserving afterward, that is a sign that the system did not prepare you for reintegration. You left with the same vulnerability you entered with, or worse. Ian, your story is not just about what happened to you. It is about how institutions fail to protect the uninformed, how trauma reshapes identity, and how silence becomes a survival strategy. He concludes, by speaking today, you are breaking a systemic pattern and helping us understand where the system must change.
The room is settled again after Ian's story. Dr. Blake steps forward, voice steady and warm. Thank you, Ian, and thank you all for holding space. The floor is open for the next person who would like to share. Cole raises his hand. Dr. Blake nods. Cole, you have the floor. The room quiets. Cole stands. Hi everybody, my name is Cole. I'm here because I want to talk about something I've never said out loud, not to my family, not to my friends, not even to myself, really. He continues. When I was inside, I learned real quick that everything had a price, not money. I didn't have any. I'm talking about reputation, favors, loyalty, who you stood next to, who you avoided, who you owed. And I made a mistake early on. I trusted the wrong people. I thought somebody was looking out for me. But really, they were setting me up. I didn't see it until it was too late. He keeps everything high level, non-graphic. I ended up in a situation where I didn't have a choice. I didn't understand what was happening until it was already happening. And after that, everything changed for me. He continues. I walked around with this weight on me, this feeling like I'd failed some test I didn't even know I was taking. I felt like I wasn't a man anymore. Like I didn't deserve respect. Like I didn't deserve anything. And the worst part, I carried that with me when I got out. I still carry it. I keep people at a distance. I don't date. I don't let anyone get close. I don't want anyone to see the part of me I'm ashamed of. But today, when I heard the other men speak, I realized something. I'm not the only one who went through something I didn't ask for. I'm not the only one who froze. I'm not the only one who walked away feeling like less. And I'm tired of letting that moment define me. I'm tired of letting shame run my life. I'm tired of pretending I'm fine when I'm not. I want to reclaim my dignity. I want to reclaim my confidence. I want to reclaim the part of me I lost. I want to stop hiding. That's my story. Thank you for listening. Cole sits. The room holds him in quiet respect.
Dr. Blake steps forward, and his tone shifts into full clinical depth. Steady, compassionate, and precise. Cole, he begins. Your story highlights a psychological pattern we see often in men who were blindsided by betrayal inside institutional environments. What you described is a form of trust-based trauma, and it has long-term effects on identity, relationships, and self-worth. He continues. The betrayal wound. You said you trusted the wrong people. That is not a flaw. That is a human instinct. The brain is wired to seek connection, especially in unfamiliar or threatening environments. When that trust is violated, the injury is not just emotional, it is neurological. He explains, betrayal trauma disrupts the brain's ability to assist safety. It creates a long-term pattern of hypervigilance, avoidance, and self-doubt. The I should have known illusion. You mentioned feeling like you failed a test you didn't know you were taking. That is a classic cognitive distortion called hindsight self-blame. It's the belief that you should have predicted something that was impossible to predict. He adds, that belief is not truth. It is trauma talking. 3, identity collapse. You said you felt like you weren't a man anymore. That is what we call identity collapse. When a single overwhelming event disrupts your internal narrative about who you are. For many men, masculinity is tied to control, strength, and autonomy. When those are taken away, even briefly, the brain interprets it as a threat to identity. The long shadow of shame. You describe keeping people at a distance, avoiding relationships and hiding the part of yourself you're ashamed of. That is not personality. That is shame-based avoidance. He continues, shame convinces you that if people knew the truth, they would reject you. But shame is a liar. It isolates you to protect itself. The healing moment. When you said you're tired of letting shame run your life, that is the turning point. That is the moment where trauma stops being a secret and becomes something you can work with. He concludes, Cole,
Your story teaches us that trauma is not just about what happened. It is about the betrayal, the silence, and the identity wounds that follow. Speaking today is not weakness. It is psychological strength. Dr. Wells steps forward, tone clear, structured, and authoritative. Cole, what you described intersects with several legal concepts that are important for everyone in this room to understand. He continues, one, manipulation through false trust. You said someone pretended to look out for you while setting you up legally. That falls under coercive deception, a form of manipulation where a person uses false trust to create vulnerability. Power imbalance. When someone is new, unsupported, or unaware of the social structure, the law recognizes that as a vulnerability exploiting that vulnerability is considered an aggravating factor. 3, institutional duty. Facilities have a legal obligation to protect individuals who are at risk due to lack of knowledge, lack of support, or social isolation. When someone is manipulated because they don't understand the environment, that is a sign of institutional failure. Silence and delayed disclosure. You said you never told anyone. Many men don't. The law recognizes that trauma often leads to delayed reporting. Silence is not evidence of consent. It is evidence of fear, stigma, or confusion. 5, dignitary harm. What you described is not just situational harm, it is dignitary harm, meaning it affects your autonomy, your identity, and your psychological integrity. The law acknowledges that these forms of harm have long-term consequences. He finishes. Cole, your story is not a reflection of your choices. It is a reflection of a system that failed to protect you from manipulation, deception, and coercive dynamics.
Tarquin steps forward lost, calm, analytical, and deeply systems-minded. Cole, he begins, your story reveals a systemic issue that is often overlooked. The vulnerability of socially isolated individuals in institutional environments. He continues, social isolation as a risk factor. When someone enters a system without allies, without support, or without understanding the social landscape, they become a target, not because of who they are, but because of what they lack. 2, informal power structures. Institutional environments develop their own hierarchies. These hierarchies are not regulated, not monitored, and not aligned with safety protocols. When someone is pulled into the wrong orbit, the consequences can be long-lasting. 3, deception as a control mechanism. You describe being set up by someone who pretended to help you. That is a systems-level failure. It means the environment allowed informal authority figures to operate unchecked. Long-term identity impact. When you said you avoid relationships and keep people at a distance, that is not just psychological. It is systemic. It shows how deeply the environment shaped your sense of safety and trust. 5, reintegration gaps. You carried the effects of that betrayal into the community. That means the system did not provide trauma-informed reintegration support.
You left with the same vulnerability you entered with, or worse. He softens his tone. Cole, your story is not just about what happened to you. It is about how institutions fail to protect the socially isolated, how betrayal becomes a survival lesson, and how shame becomes a long-term barrier to healing. He concludes, by speaking today, you are helping us identify where the system must change, and helping other men recognize that they are not alone.
Dr. Blake steps to the front of the room, voice steady and warm. All right, everyone. Before we move into phase 2, we're going to take a 30-minute break. Ground yourselves. Eat, check your messages. Whatever you need to do to reset, this is the time. He continues. As always, 2 facilitators will remain in the room. If you have questions, any questions at all, you can come to us. It doesn't have to be about today's topic. If you need grounding, Amethyst and I are here. If you need resources, housing, support, anything, we can help. He nods towards Tarquin and Dr. Wells. Tarquin and Dr. Wells will take their break first, Amethyst, and I will stay here. He smiles gently. You're released for your 30-minute break. Right on cue, the door swings open. 8 parole officers enter. 8 parole officers exit. Notes are exchanged. Positions shift. The room barely reacts. They're used to it now. Rich glances up and spots his own PO among the new group. He is aware his PO has more clients than just him, so he assumes his PO is watching one of the other paroles. He doesn't panic. He's not doing anything wrong. He simply excuses himself and heads to the washroom and cafeteria. But Earl feels a knot in his stomach. He's replaying the moment from earlier. Rich saying 2 words to Cole, he's cool. Earl knows the rules. He knows the difference between LT talking to Cole and Rich talking to Cole. Earl thinks. He wasn't thinking to himself. The boy was just looking out for his friend, LT. I probably would have done the same thing, but those POs saw it. All 8 of them saw it. Oh man, I hope they don't bump him back to high risk. He keeps this to himself. Peggy doesn't need the stress. Peggy feels lighter now. She excuses herself to the washroom. LT stays seated, still trying to figure out which one of Cole's sisters he dated. Marissa returns and sits beside him. Peggy returns with a fruit cup and a few snacks from the cafeteria. Earl steps out to take a washroom break, then turns and sits with Peggy. Earl leans toward LT. LT? Remind me again what the rules are. What happens if 2 people with felonies associate? LT answers casually, still thinking about Cole's sister. Well, if 2 felons talk, their PO can write them up. Could mean a harder sentence or going back, or they get a chance to explain what happened. Depends on the situation. Earl nods slowly. Okay, thank you. LT has no idea why Earl asked. He's still stuck on which sister, which year. Rich comes back with lunch, relaxed, unaware of Earl's concern. Peggy raises her hand. Dr. Blake walks over. Yes, Peggy, how can I help you? Peggy hesitates. I didn't want to ask this in front of the gentleman. I didn't want to embarrass anyone, but I have a question, and it might sound dumb. Dr. Blake shakes his head gently. There are no dumb questions. Go ahead. Peggy exhales. Well, I know how women get violated. I'm a survivor myself. Earl places a supportive hand on her back. Peggy continues. But when it comes to men in jail, aren't the cells see-through? Don't guards walk by all the time? I mean, from what I see on TV, it looks like they can see everything. Sleeping, brushing teeth, using the bathroom. How does no one see anything?
And if a man screams, "How is it no one hears? Help me understand." Dr. Blake nods slowly. That is not a dumb question at all. In fact, it's an important one. I'm going to answer that in front of the entire class later today. I'll make a note of it. Peggy nods, relieved. Thank you. Of course. Blake says, anything else? Peggy shakes her head. Rich, who overheard, speaks up. I got a question too, Dr. Blake. Blake turns to him. Go ahead, Rich. When I was in prison, I got foot fungus, and then I got these weird skin rashes. I was in your herpes class because what I had looked like it, even though it wasn't. I know a lot of guys come out with rashes and fungus. Could you do a class on that? Or talk about it before we leave? Dr. Blake's face lights up. Absolutely, Rich. That's a great question. I'll address that before the end of the seminar. And yes, we can absolutely build a class around that. Thank you for bringing it up. Rich nods and goes back to eating. Peggy smiles, satisfied. Marissa returns to sit with LT. Earl is still quietly worried about Rich. LT is still trying to remember which sister he dated. Rich is relaxed, thinking everything is fine. 10 minutes left in the break. People drift in and out. The facilitators remain steady. The POs watch from the back. The energy is calm, grounded, and ready for phase 2.
The 30-minute break winds down. People drift back into the room with food containers, water bottles, and quiet conversations. The energy is calmer now, grounded, reflected, ready for learning. Dr. Blake steps to the front. All right, everyone, welcome back. Thank you for returning on time. We're now moving into phase 2, the educational portion of today's seminar. He turns toward Dr. Wells. This phase will begin with Dr. Wells. He'll be teaching on the legal frameworks, systemic gaps, and structural realities that shape the experiences you all shared. This is where we connect your stories to the larger systems that failed you. Dr. Wells steps forward. The room settles. Dr. Wells begins. Dr. Wells stands at the front, posture straight, tone clear and authoritative, but not cold. He's in full educator mode. Before we go any further, he says, I want to acknowledge something important. Every story you shared today reflects a pattern, not an accident, not a coincidence, a pattern. He continues. 1, the law recognizes vulnerability, even when institutions don't. In legal frameworks, vulnerability is not just physical. It includes lack of resources, lack of knowledge, lack of social support, lack of protection, lack of power. Every one of you described being targeted because of one of these vulnerabilities. He looks around the room. That is not your fault. That is a systemic failure. Coercion has many forms. Coercion is not always loud. It is not always violent. It is not always obvious. Legally, coercion includes manipulation, deception, exploitation of needs, exploitation of fear, exploitation of isolation, exploitation of ignorance of the rules. Every one of your stories fits into one or more of these categories. 3 institutions have a duty of care. When you are in custody, the state is responsible for your safety period. If you are outnumbered, uninformed, deprived, targeted, manipulated, coerced, the institution has failed its duty. He pauses. And many of you were failed. 4 why violations go unseen. He glances toward Peggy, acknowledging her earlier question without calling her out.
There is a misconception that constant visibility equals constant safety. But in reality, cameras don't cover every angle, guards don't watch every second, blind spots exist, understaffing is common, noise levels mask distress. Retaliation fears silence victims, reporting systems are flawed, staff culture discourages intervention. Visibility does not equal protection. 5 delayed disclosure is normal. Many of you said you never told anyone. Legally, that is expected. Delayed reporting is common in trauma cases, especially for men. He continues, the law does not assume silence means consent. The law recognizes silence as a survival strategy. 6. The system is not designed for male survivors. Most trauma-informed policies were built around women's experiences. Men were left out. That gap is not accidental. It is historical. He finishes this section with a steady voice. My goal today is to help you understand the legal landscape that shaped your experiences, and to show you that what happened to you was not a personal failure, it was a structural one. He steps back.
Dr. Blake steps forward. Dr. Blake's tone is warm, clinical, and deeply grounded. Thank you, Dr. Wells. Now let's talk about the psychological side of what you all described. He continues. One trauma is not defined by the event, but by the impact. 2 people can experience the same situation and walk away with completely different psychological outcomes. Trauma is not about what happened. Trauma is about what it did to you. The brain in survival mode. When you're outnumbered, manipulated, deprived, blindsided, isolated, betrayed, your brain shifted into survival mode. That mode prioritizes freezing, shutting down, dissociating, complying, minimizing harm. These are not weaknesses. These are survival instincts. 3 identity wounds. Every one of you described a moment where your sense of manhood was shaken. That is called an identity wound. It is one of the deepest forms of trauma. 4. Shame is a silencer. Shame convinces you you're alone, you're weak, you're responsible, you're damaged, you're unworthy. Shame isolates you to protect itself. 5. Why you didn't tell anyone? Men are taught, don't show weakness, don't ask for help, don't admit fear, don't talk about trauma. So you stayed silent, not because you wanted to, but because you were conditioned to. 6. Reclaiming identity. Every one of you took a step today toward reclaiming your identity. That is the foundation of healing. He steps back. Now it's Tarquin's turn. Tarquin steps forward, calm, analytical, and deeply grounded in institutional knowledge. Thank you, Dr. Blake. Now let's zoom out. He continues. When institutions create vulnerability, every environment has a culture. In prisons, that culture often rewards dominance, aggression, manipulation, hierarchy, silence, and punishes gentleness, quietness, difference, poverty, isolation, inexperience. 2. Scarcity is a system, not an accident. When basic needs are limited, a secondary economy forms. That economy is not regulated. It becomes a breeding ground for exploitation. 3. Blind spots are built in. Institutions have understaffing, outdated policies, inconsistent training, cultural blind spots, inadequate trauma protocols, poor reporting systems. These gaps create opportunities for harm. For reintegration fails men, you left the system with shame, fear, distrust, identity wounds, unprocessed trauma, and no one prepared you for that. 5. Your stories are data. Everything you shared today helps us identify where the system failed, where policies need to change, where training is lacking, where blind spots exist, where men need more support. He finishes. Your stories are not just personal. They are systemic evidence.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, but this time with a different energy, the energy of a professor who's about to dismantle a myth the world has held for generations. The room quiets. Before we move into the next part of today's curriculum, he begins. I want to address something every single one of you hinted at in your stories. He looks around the room. The 30-minute break winds down. People drift back into the room with food containers, water bottles, and quiet conversations. The energy is calmer now, grounded, reflected, ready for learning. Dr. Blake steps to the front. All right, everyone, welcome back. Thank you for returning on time. We're now moving into phase 2, the educational portion of today's seminar. He turns toward Dr. Wells. This phase will begin with Dr. Wells. He'll be teaching on the legal frameworks, systemic gaps, and structural realities that shape the experiences you all shared. This is where we connect your stories to the larger systems that failed you. Dr. Wells steps forward. The room settles. Dr. Wells begins. Dr. Wells stands at the front, posture straight, tone clear and authoritative, but not cold. He's in full educator mode. Before we go any further, he says, I want to acknowledge something important. Every story you shared today reflects a pattern, not an accident, not a coincidence, a pattern. He continues. 1, the law recognizes vulnerability, even when institutions don't. In legal frameworks, vulnerability is not just physical. It includes lack of resources, lack of knowledge, lack of social support, lack of protection, lack of power. Every one of you described being targeted because of one of these vulnerabilities. He looks around the room. That is not your fault. That is a systemic failure. Coercion has many forms. Coercion is not always loud. It is not always violent. It is not always obvious. Legally, coercion includes manipulation, deception, exploitation of needs, exploitation of fear, exploitation of isolation, exploitation of ignorance of the rules. Every one of your stories fits into one or more of these categories. 3 institutions have a duty of care. When you are in custody, the state is responsible for your safety period. If you are outnumbered, uninformed, deprived, targeted, manipulated, coerced, the institution has failed its duty. He pauses, and many of you were failed. 4 why violations go unseen. He glances toward Peggy, acknowledging her earlier question without calling her out. There is a misconception that constant visibility equals constant safety. But in reality, cameras don't cover every angle, guards don't watch every second, blind spots exist, understaffing is common, noise levels mask distress.
Retaliation fears silence victims, reporting systems are flawed, staff culture discourages intervention, visibility does not equal protection. 5 delayed disclosure is normal. Many of you said you never told anyone. Legally, that is expected. Delayed reporting is common in trauma cases, especially for men. He continues. The law does not assume silence means consent. The law recognizes silence as a survival strategy. 6. The system is not designed for male survivors. Most trauma-informed policies were built around women's experiences. Men were left out. That gap is not accidental. It is historical. He finishes this section with a steady voice. My goal today is to help you understand the legal landscape that shaped your experiences, and to show you that what happened to you was not a personal failure, it was a structural one. He steps back.
Dr. Blake steps forward. Dr. Blake's tone is warm, clinical, and deeply grounded. Thank you, Dr. Wells. Now let's talk about the psychological side of what you all described. He continues. One trauma is not defined by the event, but by the impact. 2 people can experience the same situation and walk away with completely different psychological outcomes. Trauma is not about what happened. Trauma is about what it did to you. The brain in survival mode. When you're outnumbered, manipulated, deprived, blindsided, isolated, betrayed, your brain shifted into survival mode. That mode prioritizes freezing, shutting down, dissociating, complying, minimizing harm. These are not weaknesses. These are survival instincts. 3 identity wounds. Every one of you described a moment where your sense of manhood was shaken. That is called an identity wound. It is one of the deepest forms of trauma. 4. Shame is a silencer. Shame convinces you you're alone, you're weak, you're responsible, you're damaged, you're unworthy. Shame isolates you to protect itself. 5. Why you didn't tell anyone? Men are taught, don't show weakness, don't ask for help, don't admit fear, don't talk about trauma. So you stayed silent, not because you wanted to, but because you were conditioned to. 6. Reclaiming identity. Every one of you took a step today toward reclaiming your identity. That is the foundation of healing. He steps back. Now it's Tarquin's turn. Tarquin steps forward, calm, analytical, and deeply grounded in institutional knowledge. Thank you, Dr. Blake. Now let's zoom out. He continues. When institutions create vulnerability, every environment has a culture. In prisons, that culture often rewards dominance, aggression, manipulation, hierarchy, silence, and punishes gentleness, quietness, difference, poverty, isolation, inexperience. 2. Scarcity is a system, not an accident. When basic needs are limited, a secondary economy forms. That economy is not regulated. It becomes a breeding ground for exploitation. 3. Blind spots are built in. Institutions have understaffing, outdated policies, inconsistent training, cultural blind spots, inadequate trauma protocols, poor reporting systems. These gaps create opportunities for harm. 4. Reintegration fails men. You left the system with shame, fear, distrust, identity wounds, unprocessed trauma, and no one prepared you for that. 5. Your stories are data. Everything you shared today helps us identify where the system failed, where policies need to change, where training is lacking, where blind spots exist, where men need more support. He finishes. Your stories are not just personal. They are systemic evidence.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, but this time with a different energy, the energy of a professor who's about to dismantle a myth the world has held for generations. The room quiets. Before we move into the next part of today's curriculum, he begins. I want to address something every single one of you hinted at in your stories. He looks around the room. Not one of you told family. Not one of you told a therapist. He pauses. And that is not a coincidence. That is culture. Men are taught to endure, not express. From childhood, boys hear, man up, don't cry. Handle it yourself, don't show weakness. So when something overwhelming happens, the instinct is not to speak. It's to hide. Male trauma is minimized. When men express fear or pain, society often responds with disbelief, jokes, dismissal, shame. So men learn silence is safer than ridicule. 3 trauma attacks identity. When a man is harmed, the injury is not just physical or emotional. It's existential. It attacks masculinity, pride, autonomy, self-worth, identity. And when identity is threatened, silence becomes a shield. 4 institutions reinforce silence. In many facilities, reporting harm leads to retaliation, isolation, disbelief, punishment, being labeled, being targeted. So silence becomes a survival strategy. He steps back. Dr. Wells steps forward, tone crisp and authoritative. Let's talk about the legal side of this silence. Wondering reporting is expected. In the legal world, we know that male survivors rarely report, not because nothing happened, but because the system is not built for them. 2 reporting mechanisms are flawed. In many facilities, grievance boxes are monitored, staff culture discourages reporting. Retaliation is common. Investigations are inconsistent, paperwork is confusing. Timelines are unrealistic. The system is not designed to protect the vulnerable. It's designed to protect itself. 3 delayed disclosure is legally valid. Many men disclose years later. The law recognizes this. Delayed reporting does not invalidate the experience. 4 silence does not equal consent. Legally, silence is not consent. Silence is often fear, confusion, shock, survival, shame, conditioning. The law understands this, even if society doesn't. He steps back. Tarquin steps forward, calm and analytical. Now let's zoom out again. 1 silence protects the system, not the survivor. When men don't report, institutions avoid paperwork, investigations, accountability, lawsuits, policy changes. Silence keeps the system comfortable. 2 silence creates repeat victims. When harm goes unreported, perpetrators remain unchecked, vulnerable men remain unprotected, patterns repeat, trauma compounds, cycles continue. Silence is not neutral. It has consequences. 3 silence becomes culture. When enough men stay silent, the silence becomes normalized, expected, enforced, inherited. It becomes part of the institution's identity. 4 breaking silence is systemic disruption. When you spoke today, you didn't just tell your story. You disrupted a system that depends on your silence. He finishes.
Your voices today are not just personal healing, they are systemic resistance. The men sit differently now, not heavier, but wiser. They understand themselves in a new way. They understand the system in a new way. They understand each other in a new way. This is the heart of Phase 2.
Dr. Blake steps aside. Dr. Wells and Tarquin exchange a subtle nod, the kind that says this is the part they were never taught, but always lived. The room quiets. This segment explains why certain men were targeted, why certain men were protected, and why the system's internal hierarchy is often more powerful than the official one. Dr. Wells steps forward, tone crisp and authoritative. Most people believe correctional facilities operate under a clear chain of command: warden, captains, lieutenants, officers, incarcerated individuals. But that's only the formal hierarchy. He continues, the formal hierarchy controls paperwork, not culture. Policies, rules, and procedures come from the formal hierarchy, but culture, the real power, comes from the informal one. The informal hierarchy determines safety. In every facility, there is an unspoken ranking system among the incarcerated population. This hierarchy determines who is protected, who is targeted, who is influenced, who is isolated, who is vulnerable, and it has nothing to do with the official rules. 3, vulnerability is socially assigned. Men become vulnerable not because of who they are, but because of how the informal hierarchy perceives them. New arrivals, quiet men, men without allies, men with certain charges, men who don't understand the politics. Men who appear anxious or unsure. These factors create vulnerability long before any incident occurs. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, voice warm but deeply clinical. Let's talk about why certain men are targeted in these environments. 1, predators look for psychological openings. People who exploit others look for uncertainty, isolation, confusion, lack of confidence, lack of knowledge, lack of support. These are not weaknesses, they are human traits. Trauma responses can be misread as vulnerability. Freeze, fawn, or shut down responses can be misinterpreted as compliance, weakness, fear, submission. In reality, they are survival instincts. 3, power is psychological before it is physical. In institutional environments, power is often established through intimidation, manipulation, social pressure, misinformation, alliances. Physical force is the last step, not the first. 4, men internalize the hierarchy. Over time, men begin to believe, I'm low on the ladder, I don't have a voice, I can't fight back, I don't deserve protection. This internalization is not weakness, it is conditioning. He steps back. Tarquin steps forward, calm and analytical. Now let's zoom out and look at why these hierarchies form in the first place. 1, scarcity creates power struggles when resources are limited. Food, space, privacy, safety. People create their own systems to control them. Staff rely on informal leaders. In many facilities, staff quietly depend on certain incarcerated individuals to maintain order, calm tensions, control conflicts, influence others. This gives those individuals unofficial power. 3, blind spots allow hierarchies to thrive. Hierarchies grow strongest in unmonitored areas, understaffed shifts, overcrowded dorms, chaotic environments, places where staff avoid involvement. These blind spots are structural. 4, vulnerability becomes predictable. When you combine scarcity and formal power, blind spots, outdated policies, cultural silence, you create an environment where vulnerability is not random, it is predictable. 5, the system benefits from the hierarchy. Informal hierarchies keep the population self-regulated. The system benefits from that, so it rarely intervenes. He finishes.
Understanding these hierarchies helps you understand why what happened to you was not personal failure. It was structural positioning. The men sit differently now, not heavier, but aware. They understand the invisible architecture they lived inside. They understand why they were targeted, overlooked, or silenced. They understand the system in a way they never have before. This is the moment where Phase 2 becomes not just educational, but empowering.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, but this time with a different energy. The energy of a clinician who is about to explain something every man in the room has lived, but never understood. The room quiets. This is the moment where science meets lived experience. Every one of you described moments where your body reacted faster than your mind could process. Some of you froze, some shut down, some complied, some dissociated, some went numb. He pauses. These reactions are not weakness. They are biology. He continues. When the brain perceives overwhelming threat, it activates one of 4 automatic responses: fight, freeze, fawn, appease, comply, minimize harm. These are not choices, they are reflexes. He explains, your brain is not asking, what should I do? It is asking, what will keep me alive? Most people think they would fight or run, but in reality, the most common response is freeze. He continues, freeze happens when the threat is sudden. The threat is confusing. The threat is overpowering. Escape is impossible. The brain cannot process fast enough. Freeze is not paralysis. It is protection. When the body cannot escape, the mind does. He explains, dissociation is when your brain temporarily disconnects from sensation, emotion, memory, awareness. It is the brain's way of reducing pain and shock. He adds, many of you described feeling like you were watching yourselves from outside your bodies. That is dissociation, and it is a survival mechanism. Some of you described complying, going still, or not resisting. He says firmly, that is not consent. That is not weakness. That is not failure. He continues, that is the fawn response, the brain's attempt to minimize harm when fighting or fleeing is impossible. Trauma is not just emotional, it is physical. He explains, when the brain cannot complete a survive response, the body stores the unfinished energy as tension, hypervigilance, insomnia, flashbacks, startle responses, chronic pain, numbness, shutdown. Your body remembers what your mind tried to forget. Men often believe they should have fought harder. But trauma responses are not masculine or feminine. They are human. He continues, your body reacted exactly the way it was designed to. Your biology protected you. When you understand that your reactions were automatic, not chosen, shame loses its power. He finishes, you did not fail. Your body did not fail. Your biology kept you alive. He steps back. The room is silent, not heavy, but relieved. Men who have carried shame for years suddenly understand themselves in a new way. Some men sit with their hands clasped, absorbing. Some lean back, breathing deeper. Some look at the floor, not in shame, but in recognition. This is the moment where phase 2
becomes healing.
Dr. Blake looks around the room. He sees it. Heads lowered, hands clasped, shoulders tight. Men staring at the floor in recognition. The quiet, heavy stillness that means the teaching hit home. He exchanges a look with Tarquin, then with Dr. Wells, then with Amethyst. They all see the same thing. This room needs a pause. Dr. Blake steps forward. Everyone, let's take a grounding break. He nods to Amethyst. Amethyst steps forward with her calm, steady presence. All right, everyone, she says softly, let's come back into our bodies. She guides them through. Feet on the floor, shoulders relaxed. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Notice the weight of your body. Notice the temperature of the room. Notice the safety of this moment. Her voice is warm, slow, steady, the kind that brings people back to themselves without forcing anything. Take one more breath, she says. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. The room exhales. Dr. Blake steps forward again. Thank you, Amethyst. Everyone, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Stretch, eat, get some air, ground yourselves, do whatever you need to do to come back into your body. He gestures gently. You're released for 10 minutes. Chairs slide. People stand, some stretch, some walk, some head to the hallway, some stay seated, quiet in the fete. Earl and Peggy stay where they are. Rich gets up and leaves. Rocky gets up and leaves. Then something unexpected happens. Rich's P.O. stands up, walks out the door, and disappears down the hallway. No explanation, no signal, no expression, just gone. Earl sees it, and his stomach drops. Oh God, please don't let them be arresting Rich. Please don't let this be about those 2 words he said to Cole. He doesn't say it out loud, but it's loud in his mind. 8 new parole officers enter. 8 leave, notes are exchanged, clipboards flip. The room barely reacts. They've seen this pattern all day. Marissa watches it with fascination. Peggy watches it too. Peggy leans toward LT. Hey, how are you enjoying your new little puppy? LT's face lights up instantly. Oh, he's doing great. Earl smiles at the brightness in LT's voice. What kind of puppy is it? Earl asks. LT turns around. He's not gonna get any bigger than a little Jack Russell Terrier small guy, but big enough to keep me busy and small enough to take to work. That's why I had my pet sitter come. She was housebreaking him. Once he's fully trained, my boss said he can come to work with me. Peggy's eyes widen. Oh, that's why that lady was there earlier. She was housebreaking your puppy. LT laughs. Yep, that's her. LT and Marissa head out for a quick lunch break. Earl checks his watch. Rich still isn't back. The POs have already changed out. His mind is racing. Where is he? Why isn't he back? Did they pull him aside? Did they write him up? Did they take him to the back? Oh Lord, please let him be okay. The facilitators are talking quietly, reviewing notes, preparing for the next segment. Amethyst adjusts the diffuser. Reese raises his hand from the back. Tarquin walks over, listens, nods, answers his question quietly, then returns to the facilitators to share what Reese said. Something they'll incorporate into the next teaching moment. Earl checks his watch again. Rocky returns and sits down. Earl thinks, Rocky's back. But where is Rich?
He's trying not to panic right before the session resumes. Rich walks back in, snacks in hand, calm, unbothered, completely unaware of Earl's internal crisis. He sits down and starts eating. Earl exhales, a long, quiet sigh of relief. Thank God he's okay. He still doesn't know what happened. He still doesn't know what the PO wanted. But Rich is here, safe, present, and that's enough for now. People return to their seats. The facilitators step forward, the energy shifts back into focus, and now we move into segment number 6.
The room settles again. Rich is back. Earl's shoulders finally relax. People finish their snacks, stretch, and return to their seats. Dr. Blake steps forward, sensing the room is ready for the next layer. Before we move into the next part of today's curriculum, he begins. I want to talk about something every single one of you has carried, sometimes for years, sometimes for decades. He pauses. Shame. He lets the words sit in the air. Shame is not embarrassment. Shame is not guilt. Shame is not regret. He continues. Shame is a neurological shutdown. It changes the way your brain fires. It changes the way you see yourself. It changes the way you move through the world. The room is silent. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says, I am something wrong. He explains. When shame takes root, it doesn't attack what happened. It attacks who you are. This is why the men lower their heads. This is why they avoid relationships. This is why they stay silent. When shame becomes chronic, the brain rewires itself around 3 beliefs. I am unworthy. I am unsafe. I am alone. He continues. These beliefs become automatic. They fire before logic. They fire before memory. They fire before choice. The prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for confidence, decision-making, self-worth, emotional regulation, becomes less active under chronic shame. He adds, that's why many of you said you felt smaller, weaker, or less capable after your experiences. Your brain was literally dimming the lights. When shame is triggered, the brain shifts into survival mode, freeze, shut down, withdrawal, avoidance, emotional numbness. These are not personality traits, these are neurologic responses. Shame convinces you that your instincts are wrong, your judgment is flawed, your voice doesn't matter, your needs are a burden, your story is unbelievable. This is why so many men say, I should have known better. That's shame talking, not truth. Shame shuts down speech, expression, emotion, connection. That's why many of you said you couldn't talk about what happened. Your nervous system wasn't withholding, it was protecting. Shame cannot survive being spoken. It cannot survive being witnessed. It cannot survive being understood. He looks around the room. Every time one of you spoke today, shame lost power. Every time someone nodded in recognition, shame lost power. Every time you realized you weren't alone, shame lost power. He finishes. Shame rewires the brain, but connection rewires it back. The men sit differently now, not heavier, clearer, not ashamed, understood.
not alone, connected. This is the moment where phase 2 becomes not just educational, but restorative.
Dr. Blake steps forward, sensing the room is ready for the next layer of truth. Before we move into the next part of today's curriculum, he begins. I want to talk about what happens when trauma is never processed, never spoken, never understood. He pauses. Trauma doesn't disappear. It adapts. It hides. It reshapes your life in ways you don't always recognize. He continues. When trauma goes unprocessed, the nervous system stays on high alert. You may not feel afraid, but your body is always scanning. He explains, always watching exits, always reading people's tone, always anticipating danger, always preparing for the worst. This becomes your default setting, not because you're paranoid, but because your brain learned that danger can come out of nowhere. When emotions feel too overwhelming, the brain turns the volume down. He continues. Joy feels muted. Sadness feels distant. Anger feels explosive or unreachable. Connection feels risky. Vulnerability feels impossible. You're not cold. You're not detached. You're protecting yourself. Unprocessed trauma teaches you to avoid anything that reminds you of the past. He lists relationships, intimacy, conflict, certain places, certain people, certain conversations. This avoidance is not laziness or fear. It's your nervous system trying to keep you safe. When trauma is never processed, it becomes the lens through which you see yourself. He explains, I'm weak, I'm broken, I'm not a real man. I don't deserve good things, I can't trust myself. These beliefs are not truths, they are trauma imprints. Unprocessed trauma affects how you connect with others. He continues, difficulty trusting, difficulty opening up, difficulty receiving love, difficulty believing you're worthy, difficulty feeling safe with people who care. You're not difficult, you're wounded. Trauma that isn't processed becomes physical. He lists chronic tension, headaches, stomach issues, sleep problems, fatigue, unexplained pain, startle responses. Your body remembers what your mind tried to forget. When trauma is never spoken, shame fills in the blanks. He explains, shame tells you, it was your fault. You should have stopped it. You should have known better. You're the only one. You can't tell anyone. Shame becomes the story until you replace it with truth.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, but this time with a different energy. The energy of a clinician who is about to explain something every man in the room has lived, but never understood. The room quiets. This is the moment where science meets lived experience. Every one of you described moments where your body reacted faster than your mind could process. Some of you froze, some shut down, some complied, some dissociated, some went numb. He pauses. These reactions are not weakness, they are biology. He continues. When the brain perceives overwhelming threat, it activates one of 4 automatic responses: fight, freeze, fawn, appease, comply, minimize harm. These are not choices, they are reflexes. He explains, your brain is not asking, what should I do?
It is asking what will keep me alive. Most people think they would fight or run, but in reality, the most common response is freeze. He continues. Freeze happens when the threat is sudden, the threat is confusing, the threat is overpowering, escape is impossible. The brain cannot process fast enough. Freeze is not paralysis. It is protection. When the body cannot escape, the mind does. He explains, dissociation is when your brain temporarily disconnects from sensation, emotion, memory, awareness. It is the brain's way of reducing pain and shock. He adds, many of you describe feeling like you were watching yourselves from outside your bodies. That is dissociation, and it is a survival mechanism. Some of you described complying, going still, or not resisting. He says firmly, that is not consent. That is not weakness. That is not failure. He continues, that is the fawn response, the brain's attempt to minimize harm when fighting or fleeing is impossible. Trauma is not just emotional, it is physical. He explains, when the brain cannot complete a survive response, the body stores the unfinished energy as tension, hypervigilance, insomnia, flashbacks, startle responses, chronic pain, numbness, shutdown. Your body remembers what your mind tried to forget. Men often believe they should have fought harder. But trauma responses are not masculine or feminine. They are human. He continues, your body reacted exactly the way it was designed to. Your biology protected you. When you understand that your reactions were automatic, not chosen, shame loses its power. He finishes, you did not fail. Your body did not fail. Your biology kept you alive. He steps back. The room is silent, not heavy, but relieved. Men who have carried shame for years suddenly understand themselves in a new way. Some men sit with their hands clasped, absorbing. Some lean back, breathing deeper. Some look at the floor, not in shame, but in recognition. This is the moment where phase 2 becomes healing.
Dr. Blake looks around the room. He sees it. Heads lowered, hands clasped, shoulders tight. Men staring at the floor in recognition. The quiet, heavy stillness that means the teaching hit home. He exchanges a look with Tarquin, then with Dr. Wells, then with Amethyst. They all see the same thing. This room needs a pause. Dr. Blake steps forward. Everyone, let's take a grounding break. He nods to Amethyst. Amethyst steps forward with her calm, steady presence. All right, everyone, she says softly, let's come back into our bodies. She guides them through. Feet on the floor, shoulders relaxed. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Notice the weight of your body. Notice the temperature of the room. Notice the safety of this moment. Her voice is warm, slow, steady, the kind that brings people back to themselves without forcing anything. Take one more breath, she says. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. The room exhales. Dr. Blake steps forward again. Thank you, Amethyst. Everyone, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Stretch, eat, get some air, ground yourselves, do whatever you need to do to come back into your body. He gestures gently.
You're released for 10 minutes. Chairs slide. People stand, some stretch, some walk, some head to the hallway, some stay seated, quiet in the fete. Earl and Peggy stay where they are. Rich gets up and leaves, Rocky gets up and leaves. Then something unexpected happens. Rich's P.O. stands up, walks out the door, and disappears down the hallway. No explanation, no signal, no expression, just gone. Earl sees it, and his stomach drops. Oh God, please don't let them be arresting Rich. Please don't let this be about those 2 words he said to Cole. He doesn't say it out loud, but it's loud in his mind. 8 new parole officers enter. 8 leave, notes are exchanged, clipboards flip. The room barely reacts, they've seen this pattern all day. Marissa watches it with fascination. Peggy watches it too. Peggy leans toward LT. Hey, how are you enjoying your new little puppy? LT's face lights up instantly. Oh, he's doing great. Earl smiles at the brightness in LT's voice. What kind of puppy is it? Earl asks. LT turns around. He's not gonna get any bigger than a little Jack Russell Terrier small guy, but big enough to keep me busy and small enough to take to work. That's why I had my pet sitter come. She was housebreaking him. Once he's fully trained, my boss said he can come to work with me. Peggy's eyes widen. Oh, that's why that lady was there earlier. She was housebreaking your puppy. LT laughs. Yup, that's her. LT and Marissa head out for a quick lunch break. Earl checks his watch. Rich still isn't back. The POs have already changed out. His mind is racing. Where is he? Why isn't he back? Did they pull him aside? Did they write him up? Did they take him to the back? Oh Lord, please let him be okay. The facilitators are talking quietly, reviewing notes, preparing for the next segment. Amethyst adjusts the diffuser. Reese raises his hand from the back. Tarquan walks over, listens, nods, answers his question quietly, then returns to the facilitators to share what Reese said. Something they'll incorporate into the next teaching moment. Earl checks his watch again. Rocky returns and sits down. Earl thinks, Rocky's back. But where is Rich? He's trying not to panic right before the session resumes. Rich walks back in, snacks in hand, calm, unbothered, completely unaware of Earl's internal crisis. He sits down and starts eating. Earl exhales, a long, quiet sigh of relief. Thank God he's okay. He still doesn't know what happened. He still doesn't know what the PO wanted. But Rich is here, safe, present, and that's enough for now. People return to their seats. The facilitators step forward, the energy shifts back into focus, and now we move into segment number 6.
The room settles again. Rich is back. Earl's shoulders finally relax. People finish their snacks, stretch, and return to their seats. Dr. Blake steps forward, sensing the room is ready for the next layer. Before we move into the next part of today's curriculum, he begins. I want to talk about something every single one of you has carried, sometimes for years, sometimes for decades. He pauses. Shame. He lets the words sit in the air. Shame is not embarrassment. Shame is not guilt.
Shame is not regret. He continues. Shame is a neurological shutdown. It changes the way your brain fires. It changes the way you see yourself. It changes the way you move through the world. The room is silent. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says, I am something wrong. He explains. When shame takes root, it doesn't attack what happened, it attacks who you are. This is why the men lower their heads. This is why they avoid relationships. This is why they stay silent. When shame becomes chronic, the brain rewires itself around 3 beliefs. I am unworthy. I am unsafe. I am alone. He continues. These beliefs become automatic. They fire before logic. They fire before memory. They fire before choice. The prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for confidence, decision-making, self-worth, emotional regulation, becomes less active under chronic shame. He adds, that's why many of you said you felt smaller, weaker, or less capable after your experiences. Your brain was literally dimming the lights. When shame is triggered, the brain shifts into survival mode, freeze, shut down, withdrawal, avoidance, emotional numbness. These are not personality traits, these are neurologic responses. Shame convinces you that your instincts are wrong, your judgment is flawed, your voice doesn't matter, your needs are a burden, your story is unbelievable. This is why so many men say, I should have known better. That's shame talking, not truth. Shame shuts down speech, expression, emotion, connection. That's why many of you said you couldn't talk about what happened. Your nervous system wasn't withholding, it was protecting. Shame cannot survive being spoken. It cannot survive being witnessed. It cannot survive being understood. He looks around the room. Every time one of you spoke today, shame lost power. Every time someone nodded in recognition, shame lost power. Every time you realized you weren't alone, shame lost power. He finishes. Shame rewires the brain, but connection rewires it back. The men sit differently now, not heavier, clearer, not ashamed, understood, not alone, connected. This is the moment where phase 2 becomes not just educational, but restorative.
Dr. Blake steps forward, sensing the room is ready for the next layer of truth. Before we move into the next part of today's curriculum, he begins. I want to talk about what happens when trauma is never processed, never spoken, never understood. He pauses. Trauma doesn't disappear. It adapts. It hides. It reshapes your life in ways you don't always recognize. He continues. When trauma goes unprocessed, the nervous system stays on high alert. You may not feel afraid, but your body is always scanning. He explains, always watching exits, always reading people's tone, always anticipating danger, always preparing for the worst. This becomes your default setting, not because you're paranoid, but because your brain learned that danger can come out of nowhere. When emotions feel too overwhelming, the brain turns the volume down. He continues. Joy feels muted. Sadness feels distant. Anger feels explosive or unreachable. Connection feels risky. Vulnerability feels impossible. You're not cold.
You're not detached. You're protecting yourself. Unprocessed trauma teaches you to avoid anything that reminds you of the past. He lists relationships, intimacy, conflict, certain places, certain people, certain conversations. This avoidance is not laziness or fear. It's your nervous system trying to keep you safe. When trauma is never processed, it becomes the lens through which you see yourself. He explains, I'm weak, I'm broken, I'm not a real man. I don't deserve good things, I can't trust myself. These beliefs are not truths, they are trauma imprints. Unprocessed trauma affects how you connect with others. He continues, difficulty trusting, difficulty opening up, difficulty receiving love, difficulty believing you're worthy, difficulty feeling safe with people who care. You're not difficult, you're wounded. Trauma that isn't processed becomes physical. He lists chronic tension, headaches, stomach issues, sleep problems, fatigue, unexplained pain, startle responses. Your body remembers what your mind tried to forget. When trauma is never spoken, shame fills in the blanks. He explains, shame tells you, it was your fault. You should have stopped it. You should have known better. You're the only one. You can't tell anyone. Shame becomes the story until you replace it with truth.
Tarquin steps forward with that quiet authority that always makes the room lean in. Everything you've shared today, Tarquin says, doesn't just affect you in isolation. It affects how you relate to people, partners, friends, family, coworkers, even strangers. He continues, trauma is not just an event. It becomes a system inside the body, and that system influences every relationship you enter. He pauses, letting the room absorb that when someone has lived through overwhelming experiences, the nervous system reorganizes itself around protection. He explains, scanning for danger, anticipating disappointment, expecting betrayal, minimizing vulnerability, avoiding emotional exposure. This becomes your default operating system, not because you're cold, but because your body learned that safety requires distance. Many men in this room learn to rely only on themselves. That's not personality. That's adaptation. He continues, I don't need anyone. I'll handle it myself. I don't want to be a burden. Depending on people gets you hurt. This is not strength. It's self-protection. When emotions were dangerous in the past, the brain learns to mute them. He explains, difficulty expressing feelings, difficulty identifying feelings, difficulty trusting feelings, difficulty receiving affection. You're not numb by choice. Your nervous system is trying to keep you safe. Trauma teaches the brain to analyze everything. He lists tone, body language, silence, timing, facial expressions, small changes in behavior. This is not paranoia. It's pattern recognition, learned in environments where misreading a situation had consequences. Many of you avoid conflict because your nervous system associates it with escalation, punishment, humiliation, danger, loss of control. So you shut down, withdraw, or go silent. He adds, that's not avoidance.
That's survival conditioning.
The room settles again. Tarquin steps back. Dr. Wells steps forward with that calm, structured presence that always makes the room straighten up a little. When you enter an institutional environment, Dr. Wells begins. The system doesn't just take your freedom, it takes your personhood. He continues. You are no longer seen as a father, a brother, a partner, a worker, a human being with a story. You become a number, a case file, a risk level, a classification, a stereotype. He pauses. That shift is not accidental. It is structural. When you enter the system, your identity is replaced with your charge, your sentence, your housing unit, your risk score, your institutional reputation. This becomes the lens through which staff, other incarcerated individuals, and even you begin to see yourself. He adds, that identity is not who you are. It is who the system needs you to be to maintain control. When harm happens inside that environment, the trauma attaches itself to the institutional identity. He explains, if the system labels you as powerless, trauma reinforces it. If the system labels you as disposable, trauma reinforces it. If the system labels you as voiceless, trauma reinforces it. He looks around the room. Many of you internalized an identity that was never yours to begin with. Shame is the mechanism that keeps the institutional identity in place. He continues. Shame tells you, this is who you are now. This is all you deserve. This is your fault. This is permanent. Shame is not truth. Shame is conditioning. In legal terms, what many of you experienced is called dignitary harm. He explains. Dignitary harm is injury to your autonomy, your self-worth, your psychological integrity, your sense of personhood. The law acknowledges that these injuries are real even when people outside the system do not. Identity is not rebuilt through silence. Identity is rebuilt through narrative. He continues. When you speak your story, you reclaim your voice, you reclaim your agency, you reclaim your humanity, you reclaim your truth. Every time you speak, you take back something the system tried to take from you. The system wants you to believe your charge defines you, your trauma defines you, your silence defines you, your past defines you. None of that is true. He pauses. You are not the worst thing you've done. You are not the worst thing done to you. You are not the identity the system assigned you. Dr. Wells holds up 3 fingers. To reclaim identity, you need 1 legal understanding, knowing the system's labels were structural, not personal. 2 psychological insight, understanding your reactions were survival, not weakness. 3 personal agency, choosing who you are now, not who the system told you to be. He finishes. Identity is not lost, it is buried. And today you are digging it back up. The men sit differently now. Not smaller, but taller, not ashamed, but seen, not defined by the past, but reclaiming themselves in the present. This is the moment where phase 2 becomes empowering. Dr. Wells steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward with that warm, steady presence that always makes the room breathe a little easier. Everything you've lived through, Dr. Blake begins, has shaped the way your nervous system responds to people. Not because you're broken,
but because your body learned that safety was unpredictable. He continues. Now that you're rebuilding your life, you're not just learning how to trust others, you're learning how to trust yourself again. He pauses, and that takes practice. Your nervous system calms when things are predictable. He explains consistent routines, consistent communication, consistent behavior, consistent boundaries. Predictability is not boring. Predictability is safety. He adds, people who are consistent are not too good to be true. They are safe. Trauma makes people rush into relationships or avoid them entirely. He continues, slowness is not hesitation, it is regulation. He lists slow conversation, slow trust, slow vulnerability, slow physical closeness. Slowness gives your nervous system time to adjust. Boundaries are not walls, boundaries are instructions for how to treat you. He explains what you're comfortable with, what you're not comfortable with, what you need, what you cannot tolerate. Healthy people respect boundaries, unsafe people test them. Many of you were never taught how to name your emotions. That's not your fault. He continues, when you can name what you feel, you can communicate it. When you can communicate it, you can protect yourself. I feel overwhelmed. I need a minute. I'm not ready to talk about that. I need reassurance. These are not weaknesses. These are skills. Your body knows who feels safe before your mind does. He explains, when someone is safe, your body relaxes, breathes deeper, feels grounded, feels seen. When someone is unsafe, your body tightens, shuts down, goes numb, gets confused. Your nervous system is not dramatic, it is intelligent. Safe relationships are not conflict-free, they are repair-friendly. He continues, safety looks like, I hear you. I didn't realize that hurt you. Let's fix this. I'm not going anywhere. Repair builds trust faster than perfection ever could. Many of you lost trust in your own instincts. That's understandable. He explains, rebuilding self-trust means listening to your body, honoring your boundaries, believing your feelings, choosing people who treat you well, walking away from people who don't. Self-trust is the foundation of every safe relationship. Your nervous system doesn't heal because someone says the right thing once. It heals because someone shows up consistently. He finishes, safety is not a gift someone gives you. Safety is a practice you build, one choice at a time. The men sit differently now, not guarded but thoughtful, not overwhelmed but grounded, not hopeless but aware that safety is something they can build, not something they have to wait for. This is the moment where phase 2 becomes deeply practical. Dr. Blake steps back. Tarquin steps forward with that steady, grounded presence that always makes the room lean in. Everything you've lived through, Tarquin begins, did not erase your ability to trust yourself. It interrupted it. He continues, when you experience overwhelming situations, especially in environments where you had limited control, your nervous system adapts. It learns to survive first and question later. He pauses. Rebuilding trust in yourself is not about confidence. It's about recalibrating the system inside you. When you've lived in unpredictable environments, your internal signals become distorted. He explains, danger feels normal. Safety feels suspicious. Intuition feels unreliable. Emotions feel untrustworthy. Instincts feel wrong. This is not a flaw. It's an adaptation. In institutional environments, you learn to ignore your own needs. You eat when you're told. You sleep when you're told. You move when you're told. You speak when you're allowed. You suppress what you feel. Over time, your body stops signaling clearly. Not because it's broken, but because it learned that signaling didn't matter. Self-trust is not rebuilt through big moments. It's rebuilt through small, consistent choices. He continues, choosing when to rest, choosing when to speak, choosing when to say no, choosing what you need, choosing who you allow close. These micro decisions teach your nervous system that your voice matters again. Your body reacts faster than your thoughts. He explains, when you're aligned with yourself, your body relaxes, breathes deeper, feels grounded. When you're not aligned, your body tightens, shuts down, gets alert. Rebuilding self-trust means listening to these signals without dismissing them. You will misread situations sometimes. You will overreact sometimes. You will underreact sometimes. He pauses. That does not mean you can't trust yourself. It means you're recalibrating. He adds, repairing your internal signals is more important than getting them right the first time. Every time you honor a boundary, you send your nervous system a message. I can protect myself. I can make decisions. I can walk away. I can choose what's right for me. He continues, boundaries are not about keeping people out. They're about keeping yourself intact. Many of you have internal narratives shaped by trauma. He lists, I should have known better. I can't trust my instincts. I always make the wrong choices. I don't deserve good things. These narratives are not truth, they are trauma imprints. He adds, rebuilding self-trust means replacing those imprints with accurate information. Self-trust is not a feeling, it's a pattern. He explains, showing up for your needs, showing up for your healing, showing up for your boundaries, showing up for your truth. Every time you show up for yourself, you rebuild the internal system that trauma disrupted. He looks around the room, steady and grounded. You are not learning how to trust yourself for the first time. You are remembering how. He finishes, your instincts were never broken. They were overwhelmed, and overwhelmed systems can be restored. The men sit differently now, not uncertain, but aware. Not self-critical, but curious, not disconnected, but reconnecting with themselves. This is the moment where phase 2 becomes deeply internal and restorative.
The room settles again. Tarquin steps back. Dr. Wells steps forward with that steady, grounded presence that always signals. This is about to be clear. This is about to be structured. This is about to make sense. Most people, Dr. Wells begins, believe safety is about personality. Whether someone is friendly, whether someone is charming, whether someone seems trustworthy. He pauses. That is not how safety works. He continues. Safety is not about charisma. Safety is not about first impressions. Safety is not about how someone acts on a good day. He looks around the room. Safety is about patterns. Safe people behave the same way regardless of stress,
mood, environment, who's watching what they want. Unsafe people shift based on opportunity, advantage, power, who they can impress, who they can manipulate. He adds, predictability is safety, instability is risk. Safe people respond to boundaries with respect, curiosity, adjustment. Unsafe people respond with pressure, guilt, anger, manipulation, persistence. He pauses. Someone who pushes your boundaries early will violate them later. Safe people say, I hear you. I didn't realize that hurt you. Let me fix that. Unsafe people say, you're too sensitive. That's not what happened. You're overreacting. You made me do that. He continues, accountability is safety. Deflection is danger. Safe people manage their own emotions. Unsafe people expect you to. Calm them, reassure them, absorb their anger, fix their insecurity, carry their emotional load. He adds, if someone needs you to shrink so they can stay stable, they are not safe. Safe people make things clear, predictable, understandable. Unsafe people create mixed signals, hot and cold behavior, sudden shifts, emotional whiplash, uncertainty. He pauses. Confusion is not chemistry. Confusion is a warning. Safe people support your independence, decisions, friendships, goals, boundaries. Unsafe people isolate, control, criticize, restrict, sabotage. He adds, anyone who limits your autonomy is not safe. Safe people leave you feeling grounded, respected, understood, valued, steady. Unsafe people leave you feeling anxious, guilty, confused, small, exhausted. He pauses. Your nervous system knows the difference. Safe people handle conflict with listening, empathy, collaboration, repair. Unsafe people handle conflict with withdrawal, punishment, blame, escalation, silence as control. He finishes. Repair is the hallmark of safety. He looks around the room, steady and grounded. You do not identify safe people by how they make you feel in the beginning. You identify them by how they behave over time. He pauses. Safety is not a guess. Safety is a pattern. He finishes. And you have the right and the ability to choose people who are safe for your nervous system, your dignity, and your future.
Dr. Wells steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward. Many of you, Dr. Blake begins, have spent years in environments where connection was limited, dangerous, or unpredictable. He continues, isolation doesn't just affect your social life. It affects your nervous system. It affects your identity. It affects your ability to trust. He pauses, and rebuilding community after that kind of isolation is not automatic. It's intentional. When you've lived in environments where visibility was risky, your body learns to shrink, stay quiet, avoid attention, minimize needs, stay on the edges. This becomes a survival strategy. He adds, rebuilding community means teaching your body that visibility is no longer dangerous.
When you've been alone for a long time, connection can feel overwhelming, suspicious, confusing, exhausting, unfamiliar. This is not because you're antisocial. It's because your nervous system adapted to solitude. Rebuilding community doesn't start with deep relationships. It starts with small, safe interactions. He lists brief conversations, shared tasks, predictable routines, familiar faces, low-pressure environments. These small interactions retrain your nervous system to tolerate connection again. Many of you learn to survive by performing toughness, silence, compliance, humor, emotional numbness. Community is rebuilt with people who don't need you to perform anything. He continues, people who let you be human, not a role. Healthy community is not built on intensity, it's built on regulation. He explains, when you're around safe people, your nervous system slows down, softens, steadies, feels grounded. This is how belonging is rebuilt, through nervous system alignment, not emotional fireworks. Connection becomes easier when you're doing something together. Working, volunteering, learning, creating, supporting others. Shared purpose reduces pressure and increases safety. Relationships will have misunderstandings, that's normal. He continues, community is not built by avoiding conflict, it's built by repairing it. He adds, repair teaches your nervous system that connection can survive imperfection. Many of you have been in environments where your story was used against you. He pauses. Healthy community does the opposite. It honors your truth, it respects your boundaries, it supports your growth, it celebrates your resilience. You deserve community that sees you, not your past. He looks around the room, warm and steady. You are not rebuilding community from scratch. You are rebuilding community from strength. He finishes, isolation shaped you, but it does not define you. You can belong again, you can connect again, you can build a life that includes people who are safe for your nervous system, your dignity, and your future. The men sit differently now, not isolated but open, not guarded but curious, not disconnected but ready to reconnect. This is the moment where phase 2 becomes communal and hopeful.
Rocky's wife sits beside him with a new kind of stillness. Not shock, not pity, but understanding. Now that she knows the truth, now that she has heard the clinical explanations, now that she has seen other men nodding in recognition, she finally understands why Rocky never told her. She understands why he froze, why he shut down, why he avoided the conversation, why he carried shame that was never his, why he protected her from the weight of it. She doesn't make a scene. She doesn't reach for him dramatically. She doesn't draw attention. She simply sits beside him with the most loving composure. Quiet, steady, respectful. Her eyes soften, her shoulders relax. Her whole posture says, I see you. I understand you. I respect you. I love you even more now that I know what you survived. She looks at him with a compassion that is deeper than before, not because she pities him, but because she finally understands the magnitude of what he carried alone. Rocky glances over at her. Just a quick look. He sees her smiling at him. Not a big smile,
but a warm, grounded, I'm right here smile. And something shifts in him. His back straightens, his chest lifts, his shoulders settle. For the first time in a long time, Rocky feels seen, not judged, loved, not questioned, respected, not doubted. And that small moment, that quiet exchange, becomes one of the most healing moments of the entire seminar. The room settles again. The men breathe a little deeper. The facilitators exchange a subtle nod. Dr. Blake steps forward, many of you. Dr. Blake begins, believe growth is supposed to feel dramatic. A breakthrough, a moment of clarity, a sudden transformation. He pauses. That is not how growth works. He continues. Growth is not loud. Growth is structural. Growth is the quiet reorganization of your internal systems. Growth looks like pausing before reacting, asking for space instead of shutting down, noticing your triggers, naming your emotions, choosing differently than before. These are not small things. These are system upgrades. Your nervous system is learning new patterns. He explains, when you breathe instead of bracing, that's growth. When you speak instead of swallowing your voice, that's growth. When you stay present instead of dissociating, that's growth. He adds, your body is learning safety again. Shame used to narrate your story. He continues, growth is when you start questioning that narrative. Growth is when you say, maybe it wasn't my fault. Maybe my reaction was normal. Maybe I deserve compassion. Maybe I'm not broken. That shift is not small. It's foundational. Many of you have spent years hiding behind silence, toughness, humor, numbness, compliance. Growth is when you allow someone to see the real you, even for a moment. He glances toward Rocky without naming him. Being seen is not weakness. Being seen is restoration. Isolation feels safe because it's predictable. Connection feels risky because it's vulnerable. He explains, growth is when you choose connection anyway, slowly, intentionally, carefully. You don't have to perform strength. You don't have to perform silence. You don't have to perform invulnerability. He continues, growth is when you allow yourself to exist without a role. Many of you were conditioned to believe your humanity was negotiable. He pauses. Growth is reclaiming it. You will have days where you feel strong. You will have days where you feel overwhelmed. He adds, both are part of the process. Both are evidence of healing. He looks around the room, steady and grounded. You are not becoming someone new. You are returning to who you were before the world interrupted you. He finishes. Growth is not loud. Growth is not dramatic. Growth is the quiet rebuilding of the systems inside you. And every one of you is already doing it.
Dr. Blake steps back. Dr. Wells steps forward. What you've done today, Dr. Wells begins, is significant. You've spoken truths you carried alone. You've connected your reactions to real clinical and legal frameworks. You've reclaimed parts of yourselves that were buried under shame and silence. He pauses. But healing does not end when you walk out of this room. Healing must be maintained. He continues. And maintenance requires structure.
Your nervous system stabilizes when your life has structure. He explains consistent sleep, consistent meals, consistent movement, consistent grounding practices, consistent emotional check-ins. These routines are not trivial. They are the foundation of nervous system regulation. You cannot maintain healing in environments that undermine it. He continues, you need environments that support calm, predictability, respect, boundaries, autonomy. Healing cannot survive in chaos. You need people who respect your boundaries, listen without judgment, do not weaponize your vulnerability, do not minimize your experiences, do not pressure you to move on. Healing requires relational safety. Many of you have internal narratives shaped by trauma and institutional conditioning. He lists, I should have fought back. I should have known better. I can't trust myself. I'm weak. I'm broken. These narratives are not truths, they are distortions. He adds, maintaining healing means correcting the narrative every time shame tries to rewrite it. Understanding the system you were in helps you understand your reactions. He explains when you know how power works, how coercion works, how institutional dynamics work, how trauma responses work. You stop blaming yourself for what was structural. He pauses. Legal clarity protects psychological clarity. Boundaries are not optional, they are essential. He continues. Boundaries protect your time, your energy, your emotional capacity, your nervous system, your progress. Every boundary you set reinforces your autonomy. You will have setbacks. You will have triggers. You will have days where old patterns resurface. He adds, that does not mean you're failing. It means you're human. He continues, maintenance is not about perfection. It's about repair. Every day you will have to choose your peace, your boundaries, your truth, your dignity, your healing. These choices accumulate. They become your new identity. He looks around the room, steady and grounded. What you've done today is not temporary. It is not fragile. It is not dependent on this room. He pauses. Healing is a system you build inside yourself, and systems once built can be maintained. He finishes. You are not leaving this room empty-handed. You are leaving with knowledge, clarity, and the right to protect your own future.
Dr. Wells steps forward with that steady, grounded presence that always signals. This is about to be clear. This is about to be structured. This is about to make sense. What you've done today, Dr. Wells begins, is not just individual work. It is communal work. He continues, every man in this room has carried something heavy. Every man in this room has spoken something difficult. Every man in this room has listened with respect. He pauses.
And that means you are now part of each other's healing. Nothing said in this room should be repeated outside of it. He explains. Not to partners, not to friends, not to coworkers, not to social media. Not as gossip, not as leverage. Confidentiality is not optional. It is the foundation of trust. You cannot support each other if you judge each other. He continues. Judgment shuts people down. Judgment reinforces shame. Judgment recreates the same dynamics that harmed you in the first place. He adds, support means listening without trying to fix, correct, or minimize. Support is not excusing harmful behavior, ignoring red flags, pretending everything is fine, avoiding difficult conversations. Support is honesty, clarity, boundaries, responsibility. He pauses. Accountability is a form of care. People feel safe when they know what to expect. He explains, support each other through consistent check-ins, consistent presence, consistent communication, consistent follow-through. Predictability builds trust faster than intensity. You cannot force someone to heal. You cannot force someone to talk. You cannot force someone to open up. He continues, support means offering space, not pressure. Many of you have lived in environments where overwhelm was ignored. He explains, support means noticing when someone is shutting down, dissociating, withdrawing, getting tense, getting quiet, and responding with, do you need a break? Do you want space? I'm here if you need me. He adds, support is awareness. You now have a shared vocabulary. He lists freeze response, hypervigilance, shame narrative, dissociation, boundaries, repair, nervous system regulation. This language allows you to support each other without misunderstanding. Dr. Wells holds up 3 fingers. Every healthy community needs agreements. Yours can be simple. 1, we listen without judgment. 2, we respect boundaries. 3, we protect each other's dignity. He pauses. These agreements are not rules, they are commitments. He looks around the room, steady and grounded. You are not responsible for each other's healing, but you are responsible for the environment you create together. He finishes. Support is not about saving each other. Support is about standing beside each other with clarity, respect, and dignity.
Dr. Blake steps forward, voice warm but steady. The kind of tone that lets the room exhale. All right, everyone. He says we're going to take a full hour for lunch. He looks around the room, making eye contact with the men, the wives, the girlfriends, the supporters. For the next 60 minutes, do whatever helps you ground yourselves. If you want to stay in here and talk quietly among yourselves, you're welcome to. If you want to go to the cafeteria, all meals are free for this seminar. He adds gently. For those of you who have escorts, you already know the routine. Once you step into the hallway, a security officer will accompany you. That's normal, nothing to worry about. He pauses. 2 facilitators will remain in the room for the first 30 minutes. If anyone needs to talk privately, we're here. He glances toward the women. And one more thing. Some of you mentioned your wives or partners need to return to work. That's perfectly fine.
We'll provide them with a recording of this session so they won't miss anything. He gives a small nod. You are officially dismissed for lunch. Chairs slide back, bodies stretch, the room exhales. As people stand, the parole officer's shift change begins. The door opens. 8 new officers walk in. Calm, professional, familiar. They greet the officers already seated. The previous shift stands, nods, and exits. The new officers take their places along the back wall. Everyone is used to it by now. Rocky's wife leans in, whispers something soft and supportive. He smiles at her, a quiet, grateful smile. Peggy and Earl stretch, then head out to wash their hands before getting food. Rich, LT, and Marissa leave together, each escorted as required. One by one, the room empties until only the facilitators and the new parole officers remain. Dr. Wells and Tarquin head out to grab lunch. Now it's just Amethyst and Dr. Blake at the front of the room. Blake exhales, rubbing the back of his neck. That was a really good session, he says quietly. Amethyst nods, her voice soft. Yes, and I'm so glad more women are coming. They need to understand what their husbands have lived through. Rocky's wife, she really understood today. Blake smiles gently. She did. Amethyst tilts her head. You know, if I understood correctly, one of the participants asked for a segment on grooming. How to recognize groomers, I think that could be powerful. Blake's eyebrows lift. I agree, my sister Bonnie is big on safety with her little girl. She'd absolutely want something like that. Amethyst laughs softly. When we were growing up, we didn't have this kind of teaching. Blake chuckles. Not even close. Peggy and Earl walk back in with cafeteria trays. Peggy's full of fruit and greens. Earl's is Earl's. They sit smiling, relaxed. Amethyst walks over. How are you enjoying your new truck, Peggy? Peggy's eyes light up instantly. Oh, let me show you. She pulls out digital photos, flipping through them proudly. Amethyst beams. Oh, that's a beautiful truck. I can't wait to take a test drive. Earl grins. Blake and I were just talking about it. We're planning to come up this weekend. We'll bring the truck. Amethyst claps lightly. Oh, that's wonderful. Earl adds, if you don't mind, we were thinking of inviting Marissa, LT, and Rich if they can make it. Blake nods. We'd love that. Amethyst agrees. Absolutely.
Amethyst returns to the front and refills the diffuser. Dr. Blake taps something into the computer. Notes, timing the next phase. Peggy looks around. Well, there's no one in here. Earl shrugs. It was a heavy segment. Folks probably needed air. Maybe calling their families. Peggy nods. Yeah, I'm just so proud of Rich. It can't be much longer before he's off parole. Earl smiles, but in the back of his mind, he's still wondering about that conversation Rich had with his PO. He doesn't say it. He doesn't want to worry Peggy. LT and Marissa walk in with their trays. Peggy leans toward them. Would you two be interested in coming to a cookout this weekend? LT looks at Marissa. You off work? Marissa answers. I haven't got my schedule yet, but if I'm off, I can come with LT. LT nods. Then yeah, we'll be there. And if she can't make it, I'll still come. Peggy lights up. Oh, wonderful. And bring your puppy. LT laughs. You sure? My pet sitter can watch him. Peggy beams. Oh, I'd love to meet him. Didn't you say he looks like a Jack Russell Terrier? He's a mongrel, but yeah, he looks like a little Jack Russell. Peggy turns to Earl. Oh, Earl, remember that Jack Russell Terrier we used to have? Earl smiles. Yeah, I love that little guy. Sure do miss him.
Peggy nods softly. Me too. More participants return, some with trays, some tossing trash, some settling back into their seats. Cole walks past LT. LT lowers his head, but Cole just walks by calmly. No tension, no resentment. Rich returns with his tray. Earl leans over. Hey Rich, you're invited to a family cookout this weekend if you can make it. Rich turns. I appreciate that. Where's it gonna be? Earl grins. Up at Blake and Amethyst's place. They live in High Societyville. So it's out of county. Yeah, Earl says you can ride with me and Peg if you want to save on gas. Rich shakes his head. It's not the gas. I'm not allowed to leave the county without permission. Oh, Earl says, do you have time to get permission? I can put in a written request to my PO, and I hope I don't offend you by asking this, but will there be alcohol, drugs, or other felons at this cookout? Earl smiles warmly. Oh, you didn't offend us, son. We understand your restrictions, and no drugs, no alcohol, no felons. In fact, my brother Henry is back in town. You remember him, the policeman, when he's at a cookout, all the riffraff stay away. LT, Marissa, and Rich chuckle. Peggy adds, don't worry, Rich, Henry will look out for you. Rich nods. What time does the cookout start and what time is it over? Earl answers, well, me and Peg like to go early to help set up. Around 8 a.m., but the cookout itself runs from about 11 to 2. Peggy asks, would that interfere with your curfew? Rich shakes his head. Not at all. I just need all the details so I can put in the request since it's this weekend. I need to submit an express for short notice approval. I'll text him now. Could you write the address down? Peggy lights up, digs into her purse, writes the address, and hands it to him. Rich begins texting his PO with all the details. If I get approved, he says, I'll come. Peggy beams. Earl quietly wonders again what that earlier PO conversation was about, but he keeps it to himself. Tarquin and Dr. Wells return from lunch. They relieve Dr. Blake and Amethyst, who share a few quick notes and observations before stepping out. Now it's just Tarquin, Dr. Wells, the parole officers, and a room full of participants settling back in. Lunch is ending. Phase 3 is about to begin.
The room is filling again. Trays being stacked on the cart outside the door. Chairs scraping gently as men settle back into their seats. The energy is calmer now. Grounded. Ready. Dr. Blake steps to the front of the room, adjusting his glasses and giving the room a warm, steady look. The kind that makes everyone feel safe enough to begin again. Tarquin stands with his usual quiet efficiency. He picks up a neatly stacked pile of folders, each labeled Phase 3 Integration and Forward Movement, and begins handing them out row by row. He places a folder in front of each participant. The men flip them open. Worksheets, grounding exercises, communication tools, safety planning, dating confidence materials, boundary setting guides. Everything they'll need for the next phase. When he finishes, Tarquin returns to the desk, sits beside Wells and Amethyst, and resumes typing. Blake waits until the room settles, then begins. All right, everyone, he says, voice warm and steady. Welcome back. He gives the room a moment to breathe. We're now entering Phase 3 of the seminar, the part where we take everything you've learned, everything you've understood, and begin applying it to your real lives. He gestures toward the folders. These materials are designed to help you move forward with clarity, confidence, and dignity. Phase 3 is about integration. It's about action. It's about understanding how to carry today's work into your relationships, your routines, and your future. Phase 3 is where we talk about confidence in dating, communication with partners, boundaries, safety, emotional regulation, and how to support yourselves and each other outside this room. He smiles gently. This is the phase where things start to feel lighter, clearer, more hopeful. Blake lifts his hand slightly. Before we begin, I want everyone to take one breath. Not a deep breath, just a real one. The room inhales, exhales. Good. Let's begin.
Turkin stands. "All right," he says, voice calm, even grounded. We're moving into the part of phase 3 where we talk about boundaries, what they are, how to set them, and how to protect your emotional safety. He walks around the room, making eye contact without pressure. Boundaries are not walls, boundaries are clarity. He lets that settle. Boundaries, he says, are the limits that protect your peace, your time, your energy, and your emotional capacity. He continues. They are not punishments. They are not threats. They are not ultimatums. They are information. He lists calmly. Here's what I can do. Here's what I can't do. Here's what I'm comfortable with. Here's what I'm not comfortable with. Here's what I need to feel safe. He adds, when you communicate boundaries, you're not controlling someone else. You're taking responsibility for yourself. When you've lived in environments where your boundaries were ignored, he says your nervous system learns to survive by staying quiet. He continues, that can show up as avoiding conflict, saying yes when you mean no, shutting down, over-explaining, feeling guilty for having needs, tolerating disrespect, assuming you don't have the right to speak up. These patterns are learned, and learned patterns can be unlearned. You'll see a section labeled boundary types. There are 3. 1, physical boundaries. How close someone stands, how they touch you, how they enter your space. 2, emotional boundaries. What topics you're willing to discuss, how much emotional labor you can give, how you protect your mental health. Free time and energy boundaries, how much availability you have, what you can commit to, what you cannot take on. He adds, healthy relationships respect all 3. 1, here's what I need. 2, here's what works for me. 3, here's what I can offer. He turns back to the room. That's it. You don't need a speech. You don't need a justification. You don't need a debate. He continues, boundaries are clearest when they're simple. Not everyone will respect your boundary the first time, he says. That doesn't mean the boundary is wrong. He lists calmly. Repeat it once. Stay calm. Stay consistent. Do not over-explain. Do not apologize. He adds, people who respect you will adjust. People who don't respect you will reveal themselves. Boundaries don't control other people, he says. They protect your emotional safety. He continues, when you set a boundary, you're saying, I value myself. I respect my limits. I protect my peace. He pauses. And that is not selfish, that is healthy.
He stacks slightly forward, voice still calm, still grounded. You are not difficult for having boundaries. You are not dramatic for protecting your peace. You are not wrong for needing clarity. He lets the room breathe. Boundaries are not barriers to connection. They are the foundation of healthy connection.
Tartan continues. This is not about impressing anyone. This is not about pretending you're healed. This is not about performing confidence. This is about showing up as yourself with clarity, with boundaries, and with emotional safety. When you've lived through trauma, he says, your nervous system learns to protect you. He continues. That protection can show up in dating as overthinking, assuming rejection, shutting down when someone gets close, feeling unworthy, moving too fast, moving too slow, waiting for the other shoe to drop, choosing familiar patterns instead of safe people. These reactions don't mean you're broken. They mean your body is trying to keep you safe. Some of you think you have to fix everything before you can date again. He shakes his head gently. That's not how healing works. He explains. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to be fearless. You don't need to have every trigger resolved. He adds, you just need awareness, honesty, and a willingness to communicate. 1, do I know my triggers? 2, do I know my boundaries? 3, do I know my pace? He turns back to the room. If you can answer those 3 questions, you're ready to date with clarity. Some of you worry about when to tell someone about your trauma. He continues. You don't have to tell everything at once. You don't have to tell everything early. You don't have to tell everything at all. He adds, you share when there is trust. You share when there is safety. You share when the relationship has earned that level of truth. And you share only what is necessary, not what is painful to relive. He taps the folder. You'll see a section labeled Safe versus Unsafe Behaviors. He summarizes. Safe people. Respect your boundaries, move at your pace, communicate clearly. Don't punish you for being honest. Don't pressure you. Don't use your past against you. Unsafe people. Rush intimacy, guilt trip you, ignore your boundaries, make you feel small, create dependency. Punish honesty. Use your trauma as leverage. Your nervous system knows the difference. Listen to it. Trauma can make you attach too fast or detach too fast. He explains. Healthy dating is slow, steady, and mutual. He lists. You don't chase. You don't beg. You don't perform. You don't shrink. You don't disappear. He adds, you show up as yourself, not as who you think they want. He steps slightly forward, voice still calm, still grounded. You are not too damaged to love. You are not too complicated to understand. You are not too broken to build something healthy. He lets the room breathe. Dating after trauma is not about finding someone to fix you. It's about finding someone who respects the work you're already doing.
Dr. Wells steps forward. All right, he says, voice calm and even. We're going to talk about something essential for every relationship you build. Romantic, family, friendships, coworkers. This is about recognizing who is safe for your emotional and psychological well-being and who is not. Many people confuse nice with safe. They are not the same. He continues, safe is not a personality trait. Safe is a pattern of behavior.
He adds, unsafe is not always loud, aggressive, or obvious. Sometimes unsafe is subtle, quiet, or disguised as affection. He gestures toward the folders. You'll see a section labeled Safe Behaviors. These are the patterns to look for. Safe people consistently. Respect your boundaries, communicate clearly, move at a steady, mutual pace, apologize without excuses. Listen without judgment. Take responsibility for their actions. Make you feel calm, not confused, support your growth. Don't punish you for being honest. Don't use your past against you. He pauses. Safe people don't make you guess where you stand. Unsafe people are not always malicious. Sometimes they are simply inconsistent, unregulated, or unaware. Unsafe people consistently ignore or test your boundaries, rush intimacy, guilt trip you, punish honesty, create dependency, make you responsible for their emotions, twist your words, leave you confused more than calm, use your past as leverage, shift blame instead of taking accountability. He lets that settle. LT appears noticeably uncomfortable due to guilt. If someone makes you feel like you're walking on eggshells, that is not love. That is instability. LT holds his head down in regret for this bad behavior. The facilitators and those seated near him notices. Dr. Wells continues. Your body knows before your mind does. He explains. When you're around a safe person, your nervous system feels steady, grounded, relaxed, open, clear. When you're around an unsafe person, your nervous system feels tense, guarded, rushed, drained, on alert. Your body is not dramatic, your body is data. He writes a single sentence on the board. Consistency is the real measure of safety. Anyone can be charming for a week. Anyone can be attentive for a month. Anyone can be perfect during the honeymoon phase. But consistency is what reveals character. He adds, safe people are consistent. Unsafe people are unpredictable. LT lowers his head in shame again. Marissa takes hold of his hand and makes eye contact with him. He looks back at her. She rubs her thumb across his hand. He nods and gives her a tiny nod. Then they both look back at Dr. Wells. Blake, Tarquan, and Amethyst took note of every detail. Peggy looks at Earl and smiled. Earl whispered to Peg, if that boy wasn't a good kid, he wouldn't feel the guilt he's feeling right now. Peggy nods. Dr. Wells continues. Some of you worry that being cautious means being cold or distant. Caution is not coldness. Discernment is not distrust. He continues. You don't need walls, you need filters. He lists. Take your time. Watch patterns, not promises. Listen to your body. Set boundaries early. Don't ignore red flags because you're lonely. He adds, you can be open and wise at the same time. He steps slightly forward, voice steady and grounded. You deserve relationships that feel steady, not confusing. You deserve people who respect your boundaries, not test them. You deserve connection that feels safe, not draining. He lets the room breathe, recognizing safe versus unsafe people is not about fear. It is about clarity. We'll continue.
Tarquin steps forward. All right, he says, voice calm and even. We're going to talk about something that affects every single one of you. Whether you're dating now, thinking about dating, or trying to rebuild a relationship. This is about emotional regulation. Specifically, how to stay grounded when dating triggers old wounds. When you date, he says you're not just meeting a person, you're meeting your past. He continues, dating activates old fears, old patterns, old insecurities, old survival instincts, old stories about yourself. That doesn't mean something is wrong with you. It means your nervous system is trying to protect you. Emotional flooding, he says, is when your nervous system gets overwhelmed. He lists calmly. Your heart races, your chest tightens, your thoughts speed up, you assume the worst. You shut down or lash out, you feel like you're losing control. He adds, this is not you being dramatic. This is your body saying, I've been here before, and it didn't feel safe. 1, pause. 2, breathe. 3, name what's happening. When you feel triggered, you don't react, you don't text back immediately. You don't make assumptions. You don't shut down. He explains, you pause, you breathe, you name the feeling. He gives examples. I feel anxious because this reminds me of being ignored. I feel tense because I'm afraid of being rejected. I feel overwhelmed because this is new. He adds, when you name it, you take your power back. Your body needs tools, he says, not theories. He teaches 4 simple techniques. 1, the 4-4-6 breath. Inhale 4 seconds. Hold 4 seconds. Exhale 6 seconds. Repeat. This tells your nervous system you're safe. The 5 senses reset. Name. 5 things you see, 4 things you feel, 3 things you hear, 2 things you smell, 1 thing you taste. This brings you back into your body. 3. Is this now or then? Question. He explains, ask yourself, is this situation happening now, or is my body reacting to something from then? The 10-minute rule. Before you respond to a triggering text or situation, wait 10 minutes. Let your body settle. Then respond from clarity, not fear. You don't have to hide your emotions, he says. You just have to communicate them in a grounded way. He gives the structure. 1, I'm feeling. 2, I need a moment to regulate. 3, I'll respond when I'm clear. He adds, this prevents arguments. This prevents misunderstandings. This prevents you from reacting out of old wounds. He lists you can take your time. You don't feel rushed. You don't feel pressured. You can say, I need a moment. You can be honest without punishment. You feel steady, not confused. Your nervous system feels calm around them. If someone gets angry because you need time to regulate, that person is not safe for your healing. He steps slightly forward, voice still calm, still grounded. You are not your triggers. You are not your past. You are not the worst thing that ever happened to you. He lets the room breathe. Emotional regulation is not about being perfect. It's about staying present. He nods once. Let's keep going.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, warm and steady. All right, everyone, he says, voice calm and grounding. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. You're free to stay in the classroom, step outside for fresh air, stretch, get water, whatever helps you feel grounded. We'll continue in 10 minutes. People begin standing, stretching, shifting their weight, rolling their shoulders. The room loosens, and then the door opens. A team of 8 parole officers walks in, uniform, coordinated, moving with purpose. They head straight toward the officers already in the room. They begin talking quietly, but longer than usual. Rich notices immediately. He normally ignores these routine shift changes, but this time, they're lingering. He turns his head slightly. Rocky catches his eye. Rocky gives him a small nod. Rich nods back. A silent exchange. You see that? Yeah, I see it. We good? We good. But inside, Rich wonders. Why are they taking longer than usual? Around the room, the other parolees stiffen. 16 officers in one space is too much. Too close. Too unpredictable. One by one, the parolees slip out into the hallway. Safer to be escorted to the bathroom or cafeteria than sit in a room full of authority. Rich stays seated, but he glances back again. This time he recognizes his own parole officer. He turns forward again, steadying himself. He's got more clients than just me, Rich thinks. 1 or 2 of those guys must be his nothing to worry about. Peggy turns around, watching the cluster of officers. Even with her grandma ears, she can't make out a word. Up front, Dr. Blake and Tarquin talk quietly, typing notes, reviewing the session flow. They see everything, but they don't react. They stay grounded, modeling calm. Amethyst and Dr. Wells step out briefly. Restroom, water, a moment to reset. Earl shifts in his seat. "Babe, I gotta stretch," he murmurs to Peggy. He steps outside, rolling his shoulders, breathing the hallway air. When he returns, the officers are still talking. His stomach drops. Oh God, please don't let him arrest my boy. Please don't let him take Rich. Please don't let this be about those 2 little words he said to Cole. Please. Peggy leans toward him. What's going on back there? Earl forces a reassuring smile. I'm sure they're just talking about something that has nothing to do with this classroom. He says softly, maybe someone outside this group is on a watch list or something. Nothing to do with us. Peggy nods, comforted, but Earl's mind is racing. Please don't take him. Please don't take my boy. 2 paroles return with trays of food and sit down. A few others drift back in. The older parolees, the ones who've seen too much, leave entirely, choosing distance over tension. Rich glances back again. His parole officer meets his eyes and gives him a small nod. Rich nods back. He turns forward, exhaling. Okay, if something was wrong, he wouldn't have nodded. I'm good. Earl sees the exchange. Relief washes over him. All right, they didn't take him. Maybe everything's okay. Dr. Blake checks the clock. Break time is almost over. Amethyst and Tarquin return, ready to resume. Dr. Wells steps back in as well. The facilitators shift positions, settling into place. Everyone returns to their seats. The room resets. The tension settles. And now, we are ready for Phase 3, Segment 7.
The room settles as everyone returns to their seats. The tension from the parole officer's unexpected presence still lingers in the air. Subtle, but real. Tarquin steps forward. All right, he says, letting the room breathe. Before we move into the next topic, we're going to talk about something that just became very real for all of us.
Life doesn't warn you before it disrupts your nervous system. It doesn't ask permission. It doesn't check your schedule. He continues. Sometimes you're doing everything right, and something unexpected happens. A sound, a person, a memory, a shift in the room. He lets that land, and suddenly, you're not grounded anymore. Some of you felt your bodies tighten. Some of you felt alert. Some of you felt confused or uneasy. That doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're human. He adds, your nervous system is designed to protect you. It reacts before you think. That's not failure, that's biology. 1, your breathing changes. 2, your thoughts speed up or shut down. 3, your body goes into alert mode. If any of those happen to you during the break, that's normal. Here's the part most people never learn, he says. You can bring yourself back. He teaches 3 techniques. 1, the exhale reset. Long exhale, longer than the inhale that tells your body, we're safe now. The orientation technique. Look around the room. Name 5 things you see. This brings your brain out of survival mode. 3, the anchor thought. 1 sentence you repeat to yourself, something true, something steady. He gives examples. I'm here. I'm safe. This moment is different. I can handle this. Some of you tried to act like nothing happened. He shakes his head gently. You don't have to do that here. He continues, you're allowed to feel what you feel. You're allowed to take a moment. You're allowed to breathe. He adds, regulation is not about hiding your reaction. It's about guiding it. Fear pulls you out of your body, he says. Grounding brings you back. He lists slow breath, steady posture, feet on the floor, awareness of the room, awareness of your body, awareness of the present moment. He pauses. You don't have to be fearless, you just have to be present. He steps slightly forward, voice warm and steady. What happened during the break is something life does all the time, unexpected, unplanned, uncomfortable. He lets the room breathe. But you came back. You grounded yourselves. You're here. That's regulation. That's resilience. That's growth. He looks around the room. Let's continue.
Dr. Blake steps forward with that gentle, grounded presence that always brings the room back into emotional safety. All right, he says, voice warm and steady. We've talked about how to communicate your needs. Now we're going to talk about something just as important, maybe even harder. How to receive love without sabotaging it. Most people think giving love is the hard part, he says. But for many of you, receiving it is harder. He continues. When you've been hurt, abandoned, betrayed, or dismissed, love doesn't feel safe. It feels suspicious. It feels unfamiliar. It feels like a setup. He adds, so you protect yourself by pushing it away. He writes on the board. 1, pulling away when things get good. 2, assuming the worst. 3, testing the other person for rejecting compliments or affection. He turns back to the room. These patterns don't mean you're broken. They mean you're scared. When someone loves you, he says, your nervous system doesn't just feel warmth,
It feels exposed. He explains. Love requires openness, trust, vulnerability. Letting someone see you, letting someone care for you, and that can feel dangerous when your past taught you the opposite. He gives 3 steps. 1, pause before reacting. When someone shows you care, don't push it away immediately. Give yourself a moment. 2, notice the discomfort. Say to yourself, this feels unfamiliar, not unsafe. 3, let the love land even a little. You don't have to take in the whole thing, just let a small part of it reach you. He adds, receiving love is a skill, not a personality trait. He lists saying thank you instead of deflecting. Letting someone help you, accepting reassurance, believing someone's good intentions, allowing closeness without panicking. You don't have to earn love, you just have to allow it. He softens his tone. Healthy love feels steady, not rushed, not confusing, not conditional. He continues. It feels like warmth, clarity, consistency, safety, being seen, being valued, and sometimes that's the scariest feeling of all. You deserve love that doesn't hurt. You deserve connection that doesn't drain you. You deserve relationships where you don't have to shrink, hide, or pretend. He lets the room breathe. Receiving love is not weakness. It's courage. It's healing. It's growth. We'll continue.
Dr. Blake steps forward with that gentle, grounded presence that always brings the room back into emotional safety. All right, he says, voice warm and steady. We've talked about how to communicate your needs. Now we're going to talk about something just as important, maybe even harder. How to receive love without sabotaging it. Most people think giving love is the hard part, he says. But for many of you, receiving it is harder. He continues. When you've been hurt, abandoned, betrayed, or dismissed, love doesn't feel safe. It feels suspicious. It feels unfamiliar. It feels like a setup. He adds, so you protect yourself by pushing it away. He writes on the board. 1, pulling away when things get good. 2, assuming the worst. 3, testing the other person for rejecting compliments or affection. He turns back to the room. These patterns don't mean you're broken. They mean you're scared. When someone loves you, he says, your nervous system doesn't just feel warmth. It feels exposed. He explains. Love requires openness, trust, vulnerability. Letting someone see you, letting someone care for you, and that can feel dangerous when your past taught you the opposite. He gives 3 steps. 1, pause before reacting. When someone shows you care, don't push it away immediately. Give yourself a moment. 2, notice the discomfort. Say to yourself, this feels unfamiliar, not unsafe. 3, let the love land even a little. You don't have to take in the whole thing, just let a small part of it reach you. He adds, receiving love is a skill, not a personality trait. He lists saying thank you instead of deflecting.
Letting someone help you, accepting reassurance, believing someone's good intentions, allowing closeness without panicking. You don't have to earn love, you just have to allow it. He softens his tone. Healthy love feels steady, not rushed, not confusing, not conditional. He continues. It feels like warmth, clarity, consistency, safety, being seen, being valued, and sometimes that's the scariest feeling of all. You deserve love that doesn't hurt. You deserve connection that doesn't drain you. You deserve relationships where you don't have to shrink, hide, or pretend. He lets the room breathe. Receiving love is not weakness. It's courage. It's healing. It's growth. Will continue.
Dr. Wells steps forward again. All right, he says, voice even and grounded. We've talked about communication. We've talked about regulation. We've talked about overthinking. Now we're going to talk about the part that actually proves change. He writes one word on the board: consistency. Anyone can make a promise, he says. Anyone can apologize. Anyone can say they'll do better. He turns to the room, but consistency is what shows whether the change is real. He adds, consistency is not about perfection. It's about patterns. He writes, 1 behavior, 2 effort, 3 follow through. He explains, behavior is what you do. Effort is how you show up. Follow through is whether you keep doing it. Consistency is not about grand gestures. It's about small, steady actions. Big apologies with no change. Intense effort followed by disappearing. Promises made in emotion but not kept, being reliable one week and unpredictable next. Doing well until conflict happens. These patterns, he says, create instability. Showing up when you say you will, keeping your word, communicating instead of disappearing, regulating instead of reacting, apologizing and then adjusting behavior, being steady, not perfect. He adds, consistency builds trust, inconsistency destroys it. When you're trying to change a pattern, he says, give yourself 30 days of consistent effort. He explains, not perfection, not intensity, consistency. He adds, 30 days is long enough to build a new pattern and short enough to stay focused. He gives 3 tools: 1 micro commitments, small promises you can keep; 2 accountability, someone who knows what you're working on; 3 self-honesty, admitting when you're slipping before it becomes a pattern. Consistency is not about never slipping. It's about catching yourself sooner. He steps slightly forward, voice steady and grounded. People don't trust words, they trust patterns. He lets the room breathe. You deserve relationships built on stability, not chaos. You deserve to be someone others can rely on. You deserve to trust yourself.
Dr. Blake steps forward again. All right, he says, voice gentle but clear. We've talked about communication, we've talked about overthinking, we've talked about receiving love. Now we're going to talk about something that ties all of that together. He writes on the board, responding versus reacting. He explains, a reaction is fast, a reaction is emotional. A reaction comes from fear, ego, or old wounds. A response is thoughtful. A response is grounded. A response comes from clarity, not panic. He adds, emotional maturity is the ability to pause between the trigger and the action.
When you're triggered, he says, your nervous system takes over. He lists flight, freeze, fawn. These are survival responses, not character flaws. He continues, but survival mode is not where healthy relationships are built. He writes, 1, pause. 2, breathe. 3, identify the feeling. 4, choose the response. He turns back to the room. That pause is where maturity lives. He lists, snapping, shutting down, walking away without communicating, assuming the worst, saying things you don't mean, escalating instead of clarifying. These reactions don't make you a bad person, he says. They make you a person who hasn't learned the pause yet. I need a moment. Let me think before I answer. I'm feeling triggered. Can we slow down? I want to understand what you meant. I'm upset, but I want to talk about it calmly. This is emotional maturity, not perfection maturity. When you're triggered, he says, your emotional reaction peaks for about 90 seconds. He continues, if you can breathe through those 90 seconds, you can respond instead of react. He adds, most arguments happen because someone reacted in the first 10 seconds. He steps slightly forward, voice warm and steady. You deserve relationships where you feel safe enough to pause. You deserve partners who respond to you, not react at you. LT swallows. And you deserve to be that person for someone else. He lets the room breathe. Emotional maturity is not about never getting triggered. It's about what you do next. We'll continue.
The room is quiet, grounded, present. The men have absorbed a lot: communication, overthinking, emotional maturity. And now they're ready for the deeper work. Tarquin steps forward. All right, he says, voice low and grounding. We've talked about how to communicate with others. Now we're going to talk about something even more important. How to rebuild trust in yourself. He lets the room breathe. Because if you don't trust yourself, you can't trust your choices. You can't trust your reactions. You can't trust your judgment. You can't trust your relationships. And you can't trust love. When you've lived through trauma, he says, your nervous system learns one message. He writes on the board, I'm not safe. He continues. And when you don't feel safe, you stop trusting yourself. He lists. You second guess your decisions, you doubt your instincts, you question your worth, you assume you'll mess up. You expect the worst. That's not weakness. That's survival. He explains, when your nervous system has been overwhelmed, it stays on high alert. Hypervigilance, overthinking, emotional shutdown, irritability, fear of closeness, fear of being wrong. These are not personality traits, he says. They're nervous system responses. He writes, 1, regulation, 2, honesty, 3, follow through. He turns back to the room. You can't trust yourself if your body is in panic. You can't trust yourself if you're lying to yourself. And you can't trust yourself if you don't follow through. Your body needs to know you're safe, he says. Not just your mind, your body. He teaches slow breathing, grounding through the feet, orienting to the room, naming what's happening inside. He adds, when your body calms down, your judgment comes back online. Self-trust requires honesty, he says. Not shame, not self-punishment. Honesty. I'm triggered. I'm scared. I'm jealous. I'm overwhelmed. I'm shutting down. Honesty is not weakness.
it's clarity. Self-trust grows when you keep your word to yourself, he says. He gives examples. I said I'd take a break, and I did. I said I'd communicate, and I did. I said I'd pause, and I did. I said I'd stay grounded, and I did. Every small follow-through builds trust. He steps slightly forward, voice warm and steady. You deserve to trust yourself again. You deserve to feel safe in your own body. You deserve to believe your own instincts. He lets the room breathe. Self-trust is not built in one moment. It's built in 1,000 small choices. Let's continue.
The room is quiet, present, settled. Dr. Blake steps forward. All right, he says softly. We've talked about communication. We've talked about emotional maturity. We've talked about rebuilding trust in yourself. Now we're going to talk about something most people never realize is running their entire life. He writes on the board, the story you tell yourself. He explains. Every person in this room has a story about who they think they are. He lists. I'm too much. I'm not enough. People always leave. I ruin everything. I can't trust anyone. I don't deserve love. These stories don't come from nowhere, they come from your past. He continues. Your story feels true because you've lived through things that made it feel true. He adds, but your story is not a fact. It's a memory, a wound, a pattern, a belief. He looks around the room, and beliefs can be rewritten. He writes, 1, how you see yourself. 2, how you see others. 3, how you react to conflict. 4, how you receive love. 5, how you show up emotionally. He explains, if your story is I'm not worth staying for, then every silence feels like abandonment. If your story is I always mess up, then every disagreement feels like failure. If your story is I can't trust anyone, then every closeness feels dangerous. He pauses. Your story becomes your filter. He gives the room a simple exercise. Think about the last time you were triggered. He says, not what happened, but what you told yourself about what happened. He lists, they don't care. I'm being replaced. I'm not good enough. I'm messing this up. I'm about to get hurt. He nods. That's your story talking. He explains, you don't erase the old story. You replace it with a more accurate one. Examples. Old people always leave. New, some people left, others stayed. Old, I ruin everything. New, I'm learning healthier patterns. I don't deserve love. I'm worthy of love and growth. Your new story has to be true, not perfect. He gives 3 steps. 1, notice the old story when it shows up. 2, pause. Don't react. 3, replace it with the new story. He adds, this takes time. This takes patience. This takes compassion. He steps slightly forward, voice warm and steady. You are not the worst thing you've done. You are not the worst thing that happened to you. You are not the story you were given. He lets the room breathe. You get to choose the story you live from now. You get to choose the story you build. You get to choose the story you pass on. Let's continue.
Dr. Blake, Dr. Wells, Amethyst, and Tarquan all exchange a subtle glance. They've been doing this long enough to recognize when a participant is being hit by a lesson in a real way. Not defensiveness, not shut down, but that quiet internal shift. You know that, oh, I see where I messed up moment. Yeah, LT was definitely feeling that.
and the facilitators noticed. You see, LT was not spiraling, he's awakening. And the facilitators want to protect that moment. And Amethyst steps forward. Her voice is soft, grounding. All right, everyone, before we continue, let's take a 10-minute break. I want to guide us through a quick grounding first. She leads the room through slow breathing, feet on the floor, shoulders relaxed, eyes soft. The tension eases, the air settles. Then she releases them. You're free to stretch, get water, step outside, whatever helps you feel grounded. People begin to stand, and right on cue, the door opens. 8 parole officers walk in. But this time, unlike the earlier disruption, they don't linger. They move with purpose, exchange a few words with the officers already present, and begin to leave. Except one. Rich parole officer. He walks straight toward Rich. Rich looks up. Earl freezes. Peggy freezes. Earl's mind races. Oh no. God, please don't let him take my boy. The PO leans down and whispers something in Rich's ear. Peggy and Earl both try to lean in to hear, but they could not make out a single word, nothing. Rich calmly nods to his PO and grabs his backpack. He turns to LT, "I'll be right back." He follows his parole officer out the door. Peggy's voice is a whisper. "What's going on?" Earl exhales slowly. "Well, baby, I don't know for sure, but you remember when he said those 2 words to Cole?" Peggy's eyes widen and she says, "Oh, when he said about LT, he's cool." Earl responds, "Yeah." Peggy had a confused look on her face. She says, "But that's not associating, that's not talking." Earl shakes his head gently. He firmly says, "Don't matter, rules are rules, darling," and there were 8 witnesses back there. Peggy's face drops. She says, "Oh no, I forgot about that. Oh baby, what's gonna happen?" Earl wraps an arm around her. He responds, "Don't worry, I'm sure it's okay. Maybe they're talking about getting him a pass for the barbecue." He wants her to believe it. Peggy, feeling more at ease, responds, "Oh, well, you're probably right, dear. That makes me feel better." But in the back of Earl's mind, oh no, panic spreads like a quiet wave. One by one, every single parolee stands up and leaves the room. They don't want to be anywhere near this. A security guard escorts them down the hall. The facilitators see all of this, the freeze, the panic, the tension, but they don't react. They've seen this before. It's not their place. They stay focused on updating charts, giving the room stability through their calm. Earl leans toward LT. "Hey LT, what's going on?" LT shrugs, the universal sign for "I don't know." He and Marissa step out to the washroom, maybe to get something to eat, then something shifts. Earl and Peggy stay seated, the only civilians in the room. Peggy whispers, "Well, maybe it's about the barbecue. He did text his PO. Maybe that's why he took his backpack. The address is in there." Earl nods, trying to soothe her. He says, "Yeah, maybe. But inside, please let that be true." Amethyst sees the tension spike the moment the PO approached Rich. She moves quickly but gently. She puts on soft background music, barely audible, just enough to calm the nervous system. She switches the essential oils to another grounding earthy mix. She adds patchouli, black spruce pine, and bergamot. The room softens. The 8 parole officers stand quietly in the back. After about 10 minutes, the paroles return, each with a drink, a snack, something to hold. They sit straight forward, eyes ahead, bodies stiff, as if afraid to make the slightest mistake. The facilitators notice. They've seen this before. They stay steady. Rocky's wife stays close to him, grounding him with her presence. Rocky's mind is on Rich, his buddy from inside. Everyone is back now. Except Rich. The break ends. Snacks crinkle. Legs bounce. Soda cans hiss open. Sugar becomes a coping mechanism. The room is quiet, focused, anxious. And now,
the room is quieter than usual. The parolee sits stiffly, snacks half-eaten, eyes forward. A few legs bounce under the tables, a soda can hisses open too fast. Someone crunches chips just to have something to do with their hands. The 8 parole officers remain in the back, silent and still. Rich's empty seat sits like a shadow. Amethyst's grounding music hums low. The essential oil, cypress, pine, sandalwood drift through the air, trying their best to soothe a room full of nervous systems on high alert. Dr. Wells steps forward. "All right," he says, voice even and composed. "We're gonna talk about emotional safety." He pauses, letting the words settle. Not the idea of safety, not the performance of safety, actual, lived emotional safety. A few men shift in their seats. They know exactly why this matters right now. He writes on the board, emotional safety, predictability, perspec regulation. He explains, emotional safety is not about comfort. It's not about avoiding conflict. It's not about pretending everything is fine. He continues, emotional safety means you know what to expect. It means you know how to communicate. It means you know how to regulate. He adds, and it means the people around you know how to do the same. A few parolees glance toward the back of the room, toward the officers, then quickly look away. When you've lived through trauma, he says, your nervous system is always scanning for danger. He lists tone, changes, silence, sudden movements, authority figures, unexpected interruptions, someone leaving the room. A few men swallow hard. He continues, these things don't just startle you, they activate you. He writes, 1, consistency, 2, communication, 3, regulation, 4, boundaries. He explains consistency tells your nervous system, I know what's coming. Communication tells your nervous system, I'm not guessing. Regulation tells your nervous system, I can handle this. Boundaries tell your nervous system I'm allowed to protect myself. The room listens, really listens. He lists unpredictability, silence during conflict, sudden withdrawal, raised voices, dishonesty, inconsistency, emotional shutdown. These things don't just hurt feelings, he says. They destabilize the nervous system. Someone's chip bag crinkles again, louder this time. Wells doesn't flinch. He writes, 1, acknowledge the rupture. 2, regulate before responding. 3, communicate clearly. 4, rebuild trust through consistency. Repair is not about saying the right words, it's about showing the right patterns. He pauses. Emotional safety is not built in calm moments. It's built in how you handle the hard ones. A few men nod, small, tight nods. He continues. When emotional safety is present, you can be honest, be vulnerable, be imperfect, be human. When emotional safety is missing, you shut down, lash out, overthink, assume the worst, brace for impact. The room feels this deeply. He steps slightly forward, voice steady and grounding.
You deserve relationships where your nervous system can rest. You deserve to feel safe in your own body. You deserve to be with people who don't make you guess. He lets the room breathe. Emotional safety is not a luxury. It's a requirement.
The facilitators are gathering their notes, adjusting the board, quietly preparing for the next segment. The room is still humming with that low-grade tension, the kind that sits in the chest and doesn't quite let go. Then, a shadow crosses the doorway. All 4 facilitators look up at the same time. Blake, Wells, and Mythis Tarquin, not startled, just aware. Earl sees the shadow too. His whole body lifts out of his chair before he even realizes he's moving. Peggy grabs his arm, and then a security guard steps into view. The room freezes. Dr. Blake walks to the door with that calm, warm composure he always carries. He opens it with a polite smile, professional but relieved. And behind the security guard, Rich walks in. Backpack slung over one shoulder, calm, confident, composed, like a man who knows exactly what just happened and isn't rattled by it. Peggy's hand flies to her mouth. She almost screams, almost, but she clamps it down and sits up straight like she's in church. Earl exhales so hard his shoulders drop. LT tries to play it cool, but the tiny grin at the corner of his mouth gives him away. Rich, casual as ever, and walks to his seat. He slides his backpack under his chair, habit, muscle memory, instinct, and sits down like nothing happened. The facilitators speak quietly with the security guard. No drama, no alarm, just a calm exchange. The guard explains it was a random drug test, standard procedure before approving an out-of-county pass. Blake nods, thanks him, and makes a note for the chart. No one else hears a word. The room only sees the calm professionalism. Meanwhile, Rich leans toward LT. LT leans toward Rich. They whisper back and forth, low, quick, familiar. 2 men who've been through things together. 2 men who understand the system. 2 men who don't need to explain anything out loud. Peggy tries to hear. She leans, she tilts, she cranes her neck. Nothing. She finally gives up and whispers to Earl, "Oh, Earl is back, he's back." Earl tries to mask his excitement but was failing terribly. Rich and LT whisper a little more, then straighten up as the facilitators return to the front. The room settles. The tension dissolves, everyone breathes again. And now, the class continues. When Rich walks back into the room, backpack slung over his shoulder, calm and unbothered, something happens that the civilians don't catch, but every parolee does. It's subtle. It's silent. It's automatic. A shared understanding passes through the room like a quiet wave. Rocky sees him first, his shoulders drop. He nods once, the kind of nod that says, "Yeah, drug test, he's good." Reese glances up, one look at Rich's face, his posture, the way he's walking. Reese exhales through his nose, barely a sound but full of relief. Cole doesn't even look long. He just smirks to himself and goes back to staring forward. The newer guys, the ones who don't know Rich well, still get it. They read the signs. Rich isn't escorted tightly. He isn't pale or shaken. He isn't carrying paperwork. His backpack is still with him. The PO didn't follow him back in. The facilitators look relieved, not alarmed. These are cues you only learn from experience. A few paroles exchange tiny glances, not whispers, not words. Just that quick eye contact that says, "We know what that was." One guy taps his foot twice, a silent "all good." Another gives the smallest chin lift in Richard's direction. No one asks. No one needs to ick. Because in parole culture, this is common knowledge. If someone comes back calm, drug test. If someone comes back escorted, meeting. If someone doesn't come back, violation. Rich came back calm. That's all they needed to see. The room exhales, but only the paroles notice it. The civilians, Earl, Peggy, Marissa, they feel relief, but they don't understand it. The paroles, they understood the second Rich stepped through the door. It's not gossip. It's not drama. It's survival instinct. A whole language spoken without speaking.
The room is still settling from Richard's return. Peggy is glowing. Earl is pretending he's not glowing. LT and Rich are whispering like two brothers who just survived a scare. The parolees are calm again, shoulders down, breathing steady, snacks forgotten. The facilitators feel the shift. They don't comment on it. They simply let the room settle. Dr. Blake steps forward. "All right," he says gently. "We're going to talk about something every relationship needs, whether it's romantic, family, friendship, or community." He writes on the board, "Repairing after conflict." He turns back to the room. Conflict is not the problem. Avoiding repair is the problem. A few men nod, small, knowing nods. When conflict happens, he says, your nervous system gets activated. He lists fear, anger, shame, defensiveness, withdrawal. These reactions are normal, he continues. But if you don't repair, the relationship becomes unstable. Repair is how you rebuild safety. He writes 1, pause, 2, acknowledge, 3, validate, 4, clarify, 5, reconnect. He turns back to the room. These steps work in every relationship, partners, friends, family, co-workers. When emotions are high, he says, your brain is not thinking, it's surviving. He adds, pausing is not avoidance, pausing is responsibility. He explains, acknowledge what happened, not to blame, not to shame, just to name it. I raised my voice. I shut down. I got defensive. I assumed the worst. He nods. Acknowledgement is the doorway to repair. He writes, validation, your feelings make sense. He explains, you don't have to agree with someone to validate them. You just have to understand why they felt what they felt. I see why that hurt you. I understand why you felt ignored. I get why that scared you. Validation softens the nervous system, he continues. Clarification prevents assumptions. Here's what I meant. Here's what I was trying to say. Here's what I was feeling. He adds, clarification is not an excuse, it's information. He writes, we're okay. He explains reconnection can be a hug, a conversation, a smile, a gentle touch, or simply sitting together. Repair is not about perfection. It's about returning to each other. Not blaming, not minimizing, not pretending, not rushing, not demanding forgiveness, he adds. It's not a performance, it's a practice. He steps forward slightly, voice warm and steady. You deserve relationships where repair is possible.
You deserve people who come back to the table. You deserve connection that survives conflict. He lets the room breathe. Healthy relationships are not built on never fighting. They're built on repairing well. We'll continue.
The room is settled now. Rich is back in his seat, calm and grounded. LT sits beside him, posture relaxed for the first time in an hour. Peggy is glowing like she's watching her sons graduate. Earl looks 10 pounds lighter. The parolees are breathing normally again, the quiet hum of relief still lingering in the air. The facilitators feel the shift. This is the perfect moment for the next lesson. Tarquin steps forward. "All right," he says, voice low and steady. "We're gonna talk about masculinity. Healthy masculinity. Strength without harm." He turns back to the room. Healthy masculinity is not about being soft. It's not about being hard. It's about being whole. What you were taught, don't cry, don't feel, don't trust, don't ask for help, don't show weakness, don't talk about pain. What you actually needed, support, guidance, safety, emotional language, connection, permission to feel. You weren't taught masculinity. You were taught survival. A few men nod, slow, heavy nods. When you perform masculinity, he says, you lose access to your real self. He continues, emotional shutdown, anger is the only outlet, fear of vulnerability, fear of intimacy, fear of being seen, fear of being wrong. He adds, that's not strength, that's exhaustion. 1, accountability. 2, emotional awareness. 3, self-control. 4, compassion. 5, integrity. 6, boundaries. He explains healthy masculinity is not loud, it's not aggressive, it's not controlling. Healthy masculinity is steady. He continues, strength is not about how much you can take. Strength is about how you treat people when you're hurting. Staying calm, communicating clearly, taking responsibility, repairing after conflict, protecting peace, choosing honesty. He adds, strength without harm is the highest form of masculinity. Vulnerability, truth, courage. He explains, vulnerability is not weakness, vulnerability is honesty. He adds, when you can say I'm scared or I'm hurt or I need help, you're not breaking masculinity, you're redefining it. The room is silent, the good kind of silent. He continues, showing up, listening, regulating, apologizing, protecting without controlling, loving without fear. He explains, healthy masculinity makes relationships safer, not harder. You deserve a version of masculinity that doesn't hurt you. You deserve a version of masculinity that doesn't isolate you. You deserve a version of masculinity that lets you be human. He lets the room breathe. Healthy masculinity is not about being perfect. It's about being present.
The seminar is officially ended. All civilians stand up naturally. Peggy, Earl, Marissa, Rocky's wife, stretching, chatting, gathering their things. But the parolees stay seated. They know the drill. 8 parole officers walk to the front of the room and form a straight line across the facilitator table. A silent signal that protocol is beginning. Security guards wait in the hallway. Rocky and Rich, both low risk, are still seated with the civilians. Reese is not on parole, so he can leave on his own. They don't have to leave with the main group, but they still must follow the sign-out procedure. Rich is on one side of the room with Peggy and Earl.
Rocky is on the other side with his wife. The room is calm, structured, and orderly. One of the parole officers speaks. "All right, gentlemen, come around and sign the form." All parolees, including Rich and Rocky, stand and form a line. No one leaves yet, no one talks. Just quiet compliance. Each man steps up, signs the form, and steps aside. Rocky and Rich's moment happens here as Rocky steps up to sign. He glances sideways. Just a split second, subtle masculine acknowledgement, a tiny chin lift. Rich catches it. Returns the same quick chin lift. No words, no lingering, no rule breaking. Just two men saying, "Glad you're good." Then they both sign the form and move on. Once everyone has signed, the officers call the main group. Those leaving with us line up. The medium and high-risk parolees form a line and are escorted out by the officers and security guards. Rocky, Reese, and Rich step aside. They don't leave with that group. Rocky returns to his wife. They gather their things and walk out together, escorted by a security guard assigned to low-risk exits. Rich returns to Peggy and Earl. Peggy is practically vibrating with relief. Rich smiles and explains, "It was just a random drug test." Peggy whole heart melts. She wraps him in a big mama bear hug. Earl shakes his head. "Honey, he's a grown man." Peggy waves him off. "He's young enough to be our son," Earl sighs. "You gotta excuse her," he tells Rich. Rich chuckles. "It's all right, I don't mind." Peggy asks, "Can you come to the cookout?" Rich nods. "I'll let you know it's still pending, but I'm good for the test, so it should be okay." Peggy beams. Rich grabs his backpack and heads toward the door, escorted by a low-risk security guard. Marissa and LT leave together, chatting softly. Rocky and his wife are already gone. Rich is escorted out. Now the room holds Peggy, Earl, the facilitators. Everyone else is gone. The facilitators are closing down, writing notes, updating charts, packing up materials. As Peggy and Earl head toward the door, Earl turns back. "Little brother, what's your next seminar gonna be about?" Dr. Blake smiles. "I'm considering doing a full seminar on groomers." Earl blinks. "Groomers? You mean like dog groomers?" Blake laughs. "No, Earl, groomers isn't what they used to call stranger danger." Earl frowns. "Oh, why didn't you just say that?" Blake shakes his head. "Because that term is outdated and misleading. Most perpetrators aren't strangers, they never have been." Peggy nods. "Oh, now that makes sense." Blake continues. "The other seminar I'm considering is about the different ways people learn. Caleb inspired that one. Not everyone learns from reading. Some need audio, some need movement, some need visuals. The old way of teaching pushed a lot of kids into special ed for no reason except misunderstanding." Earl smiles proudly. "Well, I can certainly relate to that." He takes Peggy's hand. They walk out together, warm, connected, safe. And that's the end of it.
My name is Cletus, and I'm telling my story because I want to bring awareness to male sexual assault during incarceration. I'm speaking up because people think this only happens in movies, or that it only happens to men who asked for it, and none of that is true. I was young when I came in, soft-spoken, artistic, the kind of guy who kept to himself and drew pictures to stay sane. They put me in a cell with an older man who seemed calm, quiet, and almost fatherly at first. He told me he'd show me the ropes, help me avoid trouble, teach me how to move in a place where every step feels like a test. And when you're young and scared, you cling to anyone who seems steady. But power doesn't always show itself in loud ways. Sometimes it comes in slow, quiet shifts, the kind you don't notice until you're already caught in them. He started small, asking me to clean more of the cell, to give him my commissary, to sit where he wanted me to sit. He'd say things like, "I'm keeping you safe," or "You don't know how dangerous this place is without me." And the more he said it, the more I started to believe it. That's how intimidation works.
it doesn't always come with threats. Sometimes it comes with a smile, a lowered voice, a reminder that you're smaller, younger, and alone. By the time I realized what was happening, dependence had already wrapped itself around me. I didn't agree to anything I didn't allow, anything I was manipulated by someone who knew exactly how to use fear, age, and authority to box me in. And the shame I carried wasn't because of what happened. It was because I thought I should have seen it coming, or fought harder, or been stronger. But I know now that none of that was true. I wasn't weak, I was targeted. And I'm standing here because I refuse to let his control define my story. Street name, celly pressure. Pattern name, cellmate power imbalance manipulation. Crime committed, sexual assault through abuse of power. General legal explanation. Sexual assault that occurs through manipulation, intimidation, or abuse of authority is recognized under U.S. law as a form of sexual violence. A person does not need to use physical force to commit a crime. Exploiting someone's fear, youth, dependence, or living situation can make real consent impossible. Many state and federal laws classify this type of conduct as a felony, especially when one person uses their position, age, or influence to obtain sexual access. Penalties vary by jurisdiction, but the law consistently treats power-based sexual assault as a serious criminal offense.
My name is Paul, and I'm telling my story because I want to bring awareness to male sexual assault during incarceration. I'm speaking up because too many men think what happened to them was just prison life, when really it was manipulation, coercion, and a crime. When I first came in, I was scared in a way I didn't want to admit. I'm a father of 2, and all I could think about was staying alive long enough to get back to them. So when a man approached me and said he'd look out for me, I grabbed onto that safety like a lifeline. He brought me extra food when I missed chow. He walked with me on the tier. He told people I was with him, and for a while I believed that meant I was protected. But in here, protection can turn into a bill you never agreed to pay. Slowly, the tone shifted. The favors weren't favors anymore, they were leverage. He'd say things like, "You know I've been taking care of you," or "You owe me for keeping you safe." Gratitude turned into pressure. Pressure turned into fear, and fear turned into control. I didn't realize I was being groomed until I was already trapped in the middle of it. Until the same man who claimed he was protecting me became the one I needed protection from. I didn't choose it. I didn't want it. I was cornered by a system of power that preys on fear and vulnerability. And the shame that followed me wasn't mine. It belonged to the man who used my fear as a weapon. I'm standing here now because I refused to carry his crime on my back. I survived it, and I'm reclaiming my dignity piece by piece. Street name, protection debt. Pattern name, protection for payment coercion. Crime committed, sexual coercion under duress. General legal explanation. Sexual coercion under duress is recognized under U.S. law as a form of sexual assault. The law does not require physical force. Using threats, intimidation, manipulation, or control over someone's safety can also make a person unable to give real consent. Many states and federal statutes classify this type of conduct as a felony, especially when someone uses authority, fear, or a person's vulnerable situation to obtain sexual access. Penalties vary by jurisdiction, but the law consistently treats coercive sexual acts as serious criminal offense.
My name is Ian, and I'm telling my story because I want to bring awareness to male sexual assault during incarceration. I'm speaking up because too many people think men don't ask for help, or that when we do, we're exaggerating or being dramatic. I've always been the anxious type, observant, cautious, the kind of man who notices danger before it arrives. And that's exactly what happened. I saw the signs. I felt the shift. I knew something wasn't right long before anything happened. So I did what we're told to do. I asked for help. I went to staff more than once. I told them I didn't feel safe. I told them someone had been watching me, following me, cornering me in ways that didn't feel accidental. They brushed it off. You'll be fine. Stop being paranoid. Handle your own business. Every time I reached out, the door closed a little more. And when the people who are supposed to protect you decide you're not worth listening to, you start to feel invisible. Like your fear doesn't count. Like your safety isn't part of their job. The night it happened, the part that broke me wasn't the violence itself. It was the knowledge that I had tried to prevent it. I had spoken up. I had warned them. I had done everything a man is told to do when he senses danger. And still, I was left in a place where I had no protection, no backup, no escape. Afterwards, the shame wasn't mine. It belonged to the system that ignored me. The guilt wasn't mine. It belonged to the people who heard my fear and decided it didn't matter. I'm standing here now because I refused to let their negligence silence me. I survived, and I'm reclaiming the voice they tried to dismiss. Street name. They left me hanging. Pattern name, assault enabled by ignored warnings and staff negligence. Crime committed, sexual assault facilitated by negligence. General legal explanation. Under U.S. law, correctional facilities have a duty to protect people in their custody from known risk of harm. When someone reports credible safety concerns and those warnings are ignored, any resulting assault can be legally recognized as occurring under conditions of negligence. While specific laws vary by state, many jurisdictions treat sexual assault that happens after ignored warnings as a serious criminal offense. And negligence by staff can be grounds for civil liability or institutional accountability. The law consistently acknowledges that failing to act on known risks can contribute to an environment where real consent and safety are impossible.
My name is Cole, and I'm telling my story because I want to bring awareness to male sexual assault during incarceration. I'm speaking up because people don't understand how fast things can turn when a group decides you're the one they want to isolate. I've always been a loyal man, family first, quiet, the type who minds his business and keeps his circle small. But inside, loyalty doesn't protect you the way you think it will. Sometimes it paints a target on your back, especially when other men see you as someone who won't fight dirty or join in their chaos. It started with small things. A group of guys blocking my path on the tier, taking my seat at chow, whispering when I walked by. At first, I thought it was just intimidation, the usual prison posturing. But then they started cornering me in places where cameras didn't reach. They'd ask questions that weren't really questions, things like, "Who you rolling with?" or, "You know you ain't got nobody here." And the more they said it,
The more I felt the walls closing in, isolation is a weapon in here. Once a group decides you're alone, they make sure you stay that way. The day it happened, I wasn't surrounded because of anything I did. I was surrounded because they knew I didn't have backup. They knew I didn't have a crew. They knew I was trying to keep my head down and survive. And when a group wants to break you, they don't need a reason. They just need opportunity. I didn't freeze. I didn't let something happen. I was outnumbered, trapped, and threatened in a way no man could fight off alone. And the shame I carried afterward wasn't mine. It belonged to the men who used fear in numbers to overpower me. I'm standing here now because I refuse to let their violence define my worth. I survived, and I'm rebuilding trust in myself piece by piece. Street name, jump for it. Pattern name, group-based coercion and isolation. Crime committed, group coercive sexual assault. General legal explanation. Under U.S. law, sexual assault committed by multiple individuals is treated as a serious felony, often with enhanced penalties due to the involvement of more than one perpetrator. The law recognizes that when a group uses threats, intimidation, or overwhelming force, a person cannot give real consent. Many jurisdictions classify group-based sexual assault as an aggravated offense, reflecting the increased harm, fear, and power imbalance involved. While specific statutes vary by state, the legal system consistently acknowledges that group coercion removes any possibility of voluntary participation and constitutes a severe criminal act.
My name is Vaughn, and I'm telling my story because I want to bring awareness to male sexual assault during incarceration. I'm speaking up because people don't understand how often men like me, quiet men, gentlemen, spiritual men, get targeted simply because we don't fit the loud, aggressive image people expect from prison life. I've always been soft-spoken. I read a lot. I pray I mind my business. I'm not the kind of man who walks around trying to prove something. But in here, being peaceful can make you look weak to the wrong eyes. It started with the way certain men watched me, not with curiosity, but with calculation. They'd say things like, "You don't belong here," or "You too quiet for this place," as if my personality was an invitation. I tried to stay invisible, but sometimes invisibility paints a target even brighter. They tested me in small ways first, bumping into me on the tier, taking my seat, blocking my path just long enough to see if I'd push back. I didn't, not because I was scared, but because I don't believe every challenge deserves a reaction. But in prison, silence gets misread. Gentleness gets twisted into weakness, and being different becomes something people think they can exploit. The day it happened, it wasn't about desire. It wasn't about conflict. It was about power. The kind that looks for the quietest man in the room and decides he's the easiest to break. I didn't let something happen. I didn't freeze. I was targeted because of who I am, because of the way I carry myself, because I don't move through the world with violence in my hands, and the shame I carried afterward wasn't mine. It belonged to the men who thought my softness made me theirs to control. I'm standing here now because I refuse to let their actions redefine my masculinity. My gentleness is not a weakness. My quiet is not an invitation. My spirit is not theirs to break. I survived, and I'm reclaiming the parts of myself they tried to turn into a weapon against me. Street name, they picked the quiet one. Parent name, targeting based on perceived vulnerability. Crime committed, targeted sexual assault based on vulnerability.
General legal explanation. Under US law, targeting someone for sexual assault because they appear vulnerable, quiet, isolated, or unable to defend themselves is recognized as a form of sexual violence. The law does not require physical force. Exploiting someone's perceived weakness or social position can make real consent impossible. Many states classify vulnerability-based targeting as an aggravating factor, increasing the severity of the offense. While specific statutes vary, the legal system consistently acknowledges that choosing a victim based on perceived vulnerability constitutes a serious criminal act.
My name is Reese, and I'm telling my story because I want to bring awareness to male sexual assault during incarceration. I'm speaking up because too many men think what happened to them was just prison politics, when really it was intimidation, retaliation, and a crime. I've always been the type to stand my ground, not loud, not reckless, just a man who believes in respecting himself. One day on the yard, I told another guy no to something he wanted me to do. It wasn't disrespectful, it wasn't a challenge, it was a boundary. But in here, some men take boundaries as insults. After that, the air around me changed. The same men who used to nod at me stopped making eye contact. Conversations went quiet when I walked by. You can feel it when your name starts moving through the unit in a way that doesn't feel right. It wasn't about the argument anymore. It was about proving a point, showing what happens when someone like me refuses to fall in line. Retaliation in prison doesn't always come with fists. Sometimes it comes with humiliation, with fear, with the kind of pressure that makes your stomach twist long before anything happens. The day it happened, I wasn't overpowered because I was weak. I wasn't targeted because I did something wrong. I was targeted because I said no to the wrong man and he wanted to make an example out of me. I didn't freeze. I didn't let something happen. I was threatened, cornered, and punished for having a boundary, and afterward the shame tried to attach itself to me. But it didn't belong to me. It belonged to the man who used fear as a weapon. I'm standing here now because I refused to carry his crime as my burden. I survived and I'm reclaiming my voice piece by piece. Street name. Payback hit. Pattern name, retaliation-based sexual domination. Crime committed, retaliatory sexual assault, general legal explanation. Under US law, sexual assault committed as retaliation, especially when someone is punished for refusing a demand, setting a boundary, or asserting autonomy, is recognized as a serious criminal offense. The law does not require physical force. Using threats, intimidation, or fear to compel sexual activity makes real consent impossible. Many states classify retaliation-based sexual assault as an aggravated form of the crime, reflecting the deliberate intent to punish or dominate. While specific statutes vary, the legal system consistently acknowledges that coercion through retaliation constitutes a severe violation of a person's rights.
My name is Rocky, and I'm telling my story because I want to bring awareness to male sexual assault during incarceration. I'm speaking up because people look at a man my size and think nothing like this could ever happen to me. I'm a big dude, broad shoulders, strong hands, the kind of man folks expect to be the protector, not the one who needs protecting. And that expectation became its own kind of prison. When you're built like me, people assume you're untouchable. They assume you could fight off anything. They assume you don't feel fear, but inside, size doesn't save you. Sometimes it paints a bigger target. It started with jokes, the kind men make when they're trying to test your pride. Big man like you ain't scared of nothing. Bet nobody could ever take you. You're too strong to ever get touched. They said it with laughs, but the laughs had edges. And when I didn't play along, when I didn't bark back or flex for the crowd, the tone shifted. They wanted to see if the quiet giant was really as unbreakable as he looked. They wanted to prove something, not about me, but about themselves. The day it happened, it wasn't about desire. It wasn't even about me as a person. It was about power, humiliation, and sending a message I didn't let something happen. I didn't freeze. I was outnumbered, cornered and threatened in a way no amount of muscle could fight off. And afterward, the shame hit me harder than anything physical. I kept thinking, how could a man my size not stop it? I carried that question like a weight strapped to my chest. It followed me home. It followed me into my marriage. It followed me into my own reflection. But my wife, God bless her, she never once looked at me with judgment. She held my face in her hands and said, "You're still my man. What happened to you doesn't change who you are." And hearing that helped me breathe again. It helped me understand that masculinity isn't measured by what you can fight off. It's measured by what you can survive, what you can face, and what you can speak out loud. I'm standing here now because I refused to carry someone else's crime as my shame. I survived, and I'm reclaiming the strength they tried to turn against me. Street name Big Man Breakdown. Patent name targeting based on size, intimidation, improving dominance. Crime committed. Sexual assault through group-based intimidation. General legal explanation. Under U.S. law, sexual assault committed through intimidation, threats, or overwhelming force is recognized as a serious felony. A person's physical size or strength does not determine their ability to give or refuse consent. When multiple individuals use coercion, fear, or power to overpower someone, the law treats it as an aggravated offense. While specific statutes vary by state, the legal system consistently acknowledges that group-based intimidation removes any possibility of voluntary participation and constitutes a severe criminal act.
We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever. We are male survivors of sexual assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We reclaim our power, our lives. assault and incarceration. We stand strong, unbroken, and resilient. We claim our power, our lives, and our freedom. We are liberated now and forever.